Hello. How are you? Thank you for coming out to stream. I don't think I have to whisper because naturally my voice is not really that loud unless I'm yelling about dead fish appearing in side order. So yeah, we have the cozy fall vibe set up. I kind of wish that I could stream outside right now because it's a lovely full moon. It's the first of the month, so it's looking like a harvest moon, but it's so bright and beautiful, and I just wish I could stare at it all night. But yeah, we are just gonna chill. We're just gonna chat, have a fun story to share, and I actually can't wait to talk more about it. I think some of you may know. You may know the series, especially if you're like an avid like Pearlina fic reader. But it's gonna be so cute. Just been learning music. Nice. Working on my watercolor projects. Let's go. I hear some of y'all, yeah, we're all kind of stressed from what it sounds like. I'm scrolling up and looking through the messages. I got the marshmallows. Let's go. We need those. Wasn't that Splatfest? It was like, what was it? Hot dogs versus marshmallows? I just got a notification from Splatoon JP. I thought, no way, they wouldn't announce a Splatfest right now. It's something else. It's like a new challenge. I think that's what it is. That's so silly. I think they're gonna announce it next Friday. There's no way they could miss another October. At least I don't think so. Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We had a big harvest moon not too long ago. I was too sleepy to go out and see it. Yeah, by the time I realized, I think it was at its fullest like a few days ago, and then like I realized, oh, I should go take a look. And from where we are, it was kind of hard to see because the telescope like only reached so far, and it was already like kind of going behind the houses, so I couldn't see anything. But yeah, but let's go on ahead and switch over here before I forget. Yo, okay, I was trying to find out what the notification was. Thank you, Pariah, for subbing with Prime. We always appreciate our primers. Enjoy the cute emotes. Moon did such a good job on those. That's Bunny from the Fry Zine. I figured I'd pop in for a bit. Yo! Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Y'all, I don't know. Can I talk about that year? I don't know if I I say that as I like quote retweeted the announcement of the emails going out, but like I'm still marinating in the fact that like that's real. I hope your night's going well, Bunny. For sure. All right. Thank you for the tier 1 as well, Superstar. Oh, it says 12 months. Oh, I was like, wait a minute. 12 months. Raw. Really out here. It's been an entire year. Thank you for the incredible amount of support. But yeah, y'all, if you didn't know, the Eel Deal Zine, which is a celebration of everything Fry, it's literally like, it's gonna be this just incredible tribute to her character, and honestly I can't wait to see what everyone gets up to with that. They just finished bringing everyone on board. They just like closed applications, and so it's gonna be an interesting process. I've only been a part of, I want to say, this will be, oh my goodness, this will be, I think, let me count. Yeah, this will be my 4th zine, so it's always just such an amazing, like, I can't even describe it. An amazing community effort to just see all these artists, writers, and collaborators just brainstorm and come up with the most beautiful projects. So we are now like in this process of getting everything ready to go. So they'll be like showing off previews in a few months, hyping everyone up, and the visual design and promotion for the entire zine has just been peak from day one. Like the graphic designers did such an amazing job. I'm gonna pull up a window so I can show y'all some of it because I don't think I've really talked about it on stream as much as Pearlina zine, which all the contributors just wrapped up for that one. But y'all, whether I even had the chance to participate or not, I would have just been hyping it up as much as I could because it's so cool and it's Fry. Like it's Fry. Like how could you not be excited for it? So give me just a second because I have the story pulled up in a window, but I don't have this. Okay, there it is. Yeah, so much yellow and purple. The color scheme is amazing. Just saw your tweet about it and hype. Let's go. I realized I had that sweet Prime sub to give. I appreciate it so much, Freya. It's been a long time since we've been able to chat. I hope you've been doing alright. Glad that I tried to join it all. That's the spirit. There's always gonna be so many like creative projects to have the chance to apply for. I've been rejected multiple times myself. I know how it feels. There were quite a couple of friendos who I hope to see join us. Not to say that I'm not excited for like who did make it in. Like I was surprised. We were just like all pointing at each other like it was a Spider-Man meme or whatnot. We're like, wait, you and you were here? But it's tough because like there's only so many spots and so many talented people. But I like have faith that everyone who's in is gonna make it the best that they can, the best it can be. Surprised the Twitter account retweeted one of my posts. Well, that just goes to show you like got awesome stuff either way. I know that there will probably be this is a zine all about Fry, which is great, but I think there's gonna be some deep cut zines. I've heard that there's like plans for a Mer River zine. It might be from the same people who worked on Pearlina zine. You never know. Like this community is so creative. But real quick, I had just been looking for the folder with this window in it. Here it is. Look. The Eel Deal zine. Yeah, you see what I mean when I say like the visual design for everything is just so cohesive and pretty. Like if Fry had her own Splatcast and like it was designed, it's how it would look. That's exactly how it would look. You're doing it for our favorite baby girl. I will do my best. I'll do the best I possibly can. Well, thank you so much, everybody. So this is Fry's Deal Deal zine. Here's some posts. Oh. Yeah, wait, I did. I think I saw them tweet about what was it? This is Barbie Pink. I saw them tweet about something else related to the zine. That's so cool. I'm glad they got in. So Bunny, real quick, let me go ahead and do this because I always forget I can do this. Bunny is the one who's running the zine. I think their head mod and creator. Some of the promotional art is also done by them. And they did this cool thing where they had commissions for your OC. You can commission your OC like hugging Fry. Those are just so adorable. I think they went really quickly because we had the Splatfest recently. So for Team Fry, everyone was able to get one. They're so adorable. I saw Tiki had one on her stream. There we go. Let me do this. So y'all go give Bunny a follow and please support them. They are super cute. So here's some, like right here on the page, here's some of their merch. I will be looking. I'm looking very intently. But as we scroll through, this is basically the design for the feed, and it's so aesthetically pleasing to the eye. They had a countdown for the application's closing recently. And so I'm gonna brainstorm the pieces for the prompts for the piece that I'm writing. But I can't say much more than that, y'all. Not until we have the green light to really talk about it or we're doing previews. Just know that I'm really thankful to be a part of it, really honored, and your support means the world. As usual, I do try and like do a narration of my pieces once the zines are finished. So, man, I can't even talk about my Pearlina zine story yet either. It'll be a little bit until then, but please keep your eyes peeled. Please support the zine. I'll be sharing everything on my Twitter page, but I'll go ahead and drop the link here in chat as well. But enough about me. How have y'all been? Like, I was looking at messages earlier before stream started when we were like on the waiting screen. And yeah, seems like we've been going through it. I gotta support and uplift my fellow artists. Like, honestly, my channel and everything that like I've been working on, I wouldn't have gotten as far as I have without the support of the artist community. So it'll always mean a lot to me. Especially just like the kind of work I do, which is like it's voice work of people's lovely creation. So it's like it's fan work, right? But then it's like transformative fan work. So we're all just fans creating things we enjoy, and I couldn't be happier. So yeah. Someone said, "Wait, Gary, there I am." Wait, where is it? Narson03. Let's see. Wait, did I scroll past? Yeah. I applaud everyone who signed up, no matter if you make it or not. Let's continue to spread the love and passion for Fry. Oh, that's adorable. That's such a like nice message of support. I know how much people work hard for these zines, and even though not everyone can get in, I'm glad to see how much they dedicate or contribute. Yeah, that's a spirit, superstar. Wish the best of luck to you again. Thank you. Artists are just built different, right? I mean, honestly, the world would be a boring place without artists. Y'all deserve the world. Been playing the Sonic Frontiers final DLC. Oh, hey Yakiri, how are you? I'm still like, it's so bad. There's a lot of games that I have on the backlog. Y'all, it's like maybe 3 or 4 at this point. As y'all know, I never finished Super Mario Galaxy. I never finished Age of Calamity, though we were pretty close. And then recently, yeah, Sonic Frontiers, I'm still like at Island 2. Not because I didn't enjoy the game, but I think like Splatoon started picking up with the seasonal events and the catalogs and whatnot. And then that's when I was playing Frontiers, that's what happened. The like internet was really bad. A lot of the streams were crashing at that point. And I think one of the Frontier streams, at the part when we got to the first Titan, everything just died and I was so sad about it. And I guess I just never really picked up or returned to it, even though I want to, because I need the lore. Apparently there's so much lore in this new DLC. Been busy juggling college, work, chores, art commissions, and personal stuff. And this point in the year, it's like really busy. We're trying to wind down because it's like right before the holidays. But I believe in y'all. You gotta carve out those like 10 to 15 minutes of peace and rest and relaxation for yourself, for real. That makes all the difference. Yeah. I'm so thrilled to see like where this zine goes. Like regardless of how things have turned out, like I was just so intrigued to see like who made it, who's gonna make this project beautiful, you know, like it's always fun. Like I think the first zine I ever like found out about from the Splatoon community was the Octo expansion zine. That was like back in 2018 by 3D Rod. It was Like the first one, it was so coveted too. Like every time they opened pre-orders, they would have to close them, so I never got a chance to buy it. I wasn't one of the lucky like maybe 300 plus people who has a copy. Ever since then, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna miss any of these. I'm gonna like buy as many as I can, hype them up, you know. But there we are. Been alright myself, getting through college stuff. Yeah, the breaks is coming up, right? What I think for a lot of colleges, like in the states, I wanna say that like a lot of colleges in the states did away with like the extra fall break that would come before Turkey Day slash Thanksgiving. I think it would usually be this month, and then you get like the additional week off for November. But a lot of colleges here they consolidate it because I know my siblings don't have that anymore. To be fair, it's like right after midterms, and you could use that extra time to just like nap. I love Fry's color scheme so much, for real. Absolutely. Yeah, we got to the first Titan, and that's what happened. I was so sad because the music got, oh, it just like picked up, and it was like the perfect. I think it was that first one. It's undefeatable, right? I could be wrong, but it was so amazing, and I just look over it. I'm like, no, everything froze. So terrible. I don't get it. What exactly is a zine? Well, what's the best way to put it? Like a short rundown of what it is. It's basically like a collaborative anthology, or it's like a magazine. It's short for magazine, isn't it? Zine, like magazine, where you have most often like you have a selection of writing, art, and then what else? Like there's some sections that usually just like feature the story with like a featured art piece. I think I'm trying to remember what it was. Was it Raven the Wave? No, it might have been City of Colors zine. I can't remember which one it was, but they did like this OC submission section where people could send in artwork of their original characters. It might have been Agent 4 zine. See how many there are? Like honestly, it was a cool thing where people got to like send in their agent OCs, and they were all featured over like a 2-page spread. But basically, yeah, it's a collection of art and writing, but usually just art. And there will be stretch goals and merchandise based on the theme of the zine as well. So the other one that we talked about here on the channel was Pearlina zine, which is gonna be so adorable as well. I definitely like urge y'all to like go follow this account and stay updated on what happens, especially if you love Fry. I'm replaying Skyrim. Now, I never really played that one, but I think my folks have it. Like we have like all genres of games, but there's some that I've like never really personally dabbled in. I think the only one I bought it a long time ago, and I got it to play with my mom, but we never really like stay consistent with it. I have the online version, like the Elder Scrolls Online. I think there's like a ton of DLC for that, and you can get lost in the sauce with that one since it's online. I don't think a game resonated with me like the Mario Galaxy games. The music is great. The skill floor is very different. I wonder what it would be like if I was actually playing it on the Wii. Because I'm playing the All-Stars version, and I don't know. For some reason, Sunshine is still, I guess it's muscle memory for me. Sunshine's still easier with the controls. But like when I pick up Galaxy, I'm so confused. I'm like, oh man, why does it feel like I'm piloting an airplane when he's swimming? There's games I've taken a whole year to get back to, so it's fine, yeah. Doesn't mean I'm not interested, but I definitely want to figure out, especially once the move is over, figure out a good plan for like streaming the backlog. I bought Tears of the Kingdom and it's unopened. Can you believe that? Oh man. It'll all work out. That's true. That's absolutely true. Let me see. I feel like I missed like a ton of messages. Self-care is very important. It's not just yeah, you'll see those posts where it'll be like it's not just about like slapping a face mask on and drinking some tea. It's really about learning to be kinder to yourself when you know, go through those rough patches in life. Instead of beating up on yourself, you gotta really try hard to focus on the things that did go right. Just tell yourself tomorrow is another day. That kind of thing. It's always easier to say it, right? But in practice, I think it just takes a lot longer. I missed your message, Bunny, but I see it now. I want to say I love your design so much. Thank you. I don't have an artist tag, but since we're on Twitter right now, I need to have control to like bring up my model artist. But the artwork is done by Mixie Finn. They're so amazing. I think. Okay. I've been referring to him with they them pronouns this whole time. I think it's probably because I think, yeah, they're different now. He goes by he him. So yeah, I love his aesthetic because it's like super pink. It's giving Barbie. It's so cute. I haven't commissioned him in a very long time, but that's because I think the next thing we're gonna do is probably the captain art. New outfits for this one, but like captain art. We're trying to figure out what exactly it is we're gonna do, but yeah. He did the art, and we have different toggles for it too, I think, like different expressions. So we have heart eyes. We have the crying eyes. This one gets used like a whole lot. And then this one probably isn't used a whole lot. Those are the different expressions. Usually the hat is on, but for this model, Stardust is in cat form, so that's always really awesome. Classified Love Zine is really awesome as well. I don't think I stayed up to date on that one. I don't think I stayed up to date on that one. The most recent one I got in the mail was the Agent 3 zine, so it's like it's featuring mostly Agent 3 and Captain art, like a timeline throughout Splatoon and Splatoon 1 to 3. But I think, am I following this? I'm following them on, yeah, I am. I haven't seen anything on my timeline for a little bit. So it's like all the different agent ships, like the I think Agent 96 is like the poly ship. You got Agent 24, you got Agent 12. You really gotta do math when it comes to these ships. That's crazy. That is crazy, actually. They've been posting sneak peeks. I just for gore. They're also on Tumblr too. That's another recent one. Didn't know the Stardust had a name? Yeah. Yeah, she does. I think it's like, it's not written anywhere. It's just like random lore that gets dropped in different streams. So you kind of just have to be there. Kind of have to like chill in the background. I love Mixie's art. Yeah, his stuff is so awesome. Like, I love that there's, because honestly, it was a lot of Splatoon at first, but I'm seeing him branch out into like more anime and other video games. So I'm like, okay, my wallet is literally suffering right now. That's okay. Also, how is the background ambience? Cause I think I'll be like adding in some music later on. But this helps me chill, really. It really helps me chill out. You gonna have a getaway in December? That sounds nice. I think pretty much I never really like travel around that time. It's been like sort of a tradition. Like I think before like Christmas Eve, usually just chill at home. And I know that there are usually like a bunch of winter conventions, probably like an hour away from me, but I never tried to go to any of them because I just feel like traveling during like right before that time, like right before New Year's or right before Christmas, is very dangerous. You'll think people will be off the road, but that's when like a lot of crazy things happen. So I think it's best to just stay safe if you can. If you don't, especially if you don't have to go into work, like it is best to just kind of chill with family or stay home if you can. That's a lot of agents, yeah. Check this one out too. What's this one called? Agent Ship Zine. See, it's such a straightforward URL. This is perfect. Splatoon ships be like, pulls out calculator. Now let me do some multiplication real quick. Because people would be like, what's Agent 24? Is it, like, who is that? And it's just like, oh, 3 times 8. This is 3 times 8. Some people, especially like on the JP side, they will say, Agent 38. So it's just 3 and 8 next to each other. So they don't have to do math. Perfect balance for me. Not too loud or too quiet. Pretty nice. I like the fireplace sounds. Let's go. Yeah, me too. It's definitely keeping me mellow. I think around 2020, and like not much needs to be said for that year, but around that time I started getting really into ambience and relaxation content. I started listening to a lot of like audiobooks. I think they just helped me stay grounded, so that's like part of the I think that's part of like how Encompass Storytime became a bit more relaxing too. I wanted to channel that into what I create somehow. You would love Sky Child of Light? Yo, what's good, Octavia? How are you? I have heard great things about that. Um, one of my mutuals, I think Starlit Siren, they also, I think they're a partner by now because they would really they would like really hype up the game a lot. So that's awesome. That's like a major W. I've heard that it's got great atmosphere. It's on the list of things to do. There's another indie game that came out recently. I think it's called Minako's Night Market. If y'all have heard about that, it's been out on Steam for a little bit, but it just released on the Nintendo Switch. And man, that's like we play the occasional indie over here, so that's like another one that I'm thinking of adding eventually. But games like those, they're a lot shorter, so they'd probably only take 1 or 2 streams. Remember the like what was it, the Sonic visual novel that we played in 6 hours one time? Oh man, memories. The ambiance is so comforting. I'm glad to hear. Honestly, the Christmas colors have been like, I don't know. I find like comfort in Christmas lights and the decorations like that. I guess it could be like a sensory thing or like being overwhelmed by it. I guess I just have always had fond memories of seeing the neighborhoods decorated. So I love me some Christmas decorations. That like time where you just actually the new place has a fireplace. We've never had one. Like never in my life growing up did I ever have a fireplace. I've always imagined what it's like to sit around one, right? So I guess I'll be able to share what that experience is like. If any of y'all like have experienced that, like is it as cozy as it appears in the movies? Is it just something to look forward to because I'm looking forward to it. Although I'll have to figure out how to use it. So the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one. Everyone's outfits definitely ate, and yes, I loved Rouge's outfit so much. Speaking of Sonic, I think like everyone's finally they're finally like getting to enjoy Sonic Symphony. But it'll be a while longer before it's in my state, so it'll be December. That's why I'm hoping the move is finished up real quick because I want to be relaxing like come the holiday season. But yeah, no, that game was made with so much love. I really hope they do something like it again, even if it was just like a silly April Fool's joke. The characters being able to interact like that, absolutely peak. Imagining the agent sitting by the fire and drinking hot chocolate. I think that was someone did that art for like a really, really old stream on the YouTube side. I can see it. But if not, like, wait, that's also, yeah. They were visiting a cafe in like an older story I read that was called A Winter to Remember. Yeah, good stuff. Autumn leaves and the warm colors with the crisp air are my comfort images. Same here. I can't believe I haven't had a pumpkin spice latte in like a whole 2 years. I wonder how much different they are. Is it still like a classic formula? Who knows? A side order zine would be really cool. Oh yeah. Wait, y'all just reminded me. Wait, who did this? Cause I don't know if I retweeted it. Someone did. I can't remember who it was. Was it? Maybe it was them. I'm trying to remember. Was it them? No, it wasn't. Hold on. No, this is their other account. Someone did fry side order. I think it's this account. Yeah, no, it's this one. Okay, I'm gonna show it to y'all in a second. Cause like as soon as you said that, it came straight to my mind. Look at this. Look at how cool this is. I think it's by the Atlas Spider Z Lover, but Leiko did this. Incredible. Like big man and fry art for side order, and the eel is looking like the enemies that we're gonna fight in the DLC. That's like super cool. Big man with the Eye of Justice. I did not know I needed that. Like that's where do I even begin? Oh man, I'm here but 30 minutes late. Hey Kilna, thanks for dropping by. It's okay. We're just everyone else is like simply early. Yeah, we're just we're talking about Fryzine, a bunch of different zines, and honestly just like the seasonal vibes. If I could bring some through the screen, I'd still hand y'all marshmallows. But I would love that. Could roast them over the fire. Y'all hyped for Mario Wonder and or Sonic Superstars. October is an insane month for gaming, actually. I can't believe all these new titles are coming out. But Mario Wonder, yeah, I'm like kind of hooked on the overworld theme. And then Kimio did a remix of it that I loved even more. Yeah, I'm super excited to like, if I can, I don't think that, does it have online co-op? Because if not, I'll probably be playing it with my brother and sister. We would always play like New Super Mario Bros. Or 3D World. Oh, what's up, Slushie? Welcome. The rendering is top notch. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing the reactions to the art now. That's raw. Everyone's like, yo! Like, this is so cool. Like, imagine... Okay, and then Fry, like, Fry in the boss fight, she has the Octo Stomp, so I wonder what it would look like with this fit as well. or like what color scheme it would take. Because I think it does appear in Octo expansion and it looks sort of wait. Well, it's sort of sanitized, right? But it has a blue color scheme. Yeah, I really like this art. Actually saw this one. Can I get a side order of fries with that spicy artwork? I see. Funny. Both fascinating and terrifying. Spider-Man 2 is also coming out. Yeah, there was... Which one already is out on the PS5 that people were really excited for? I don't have a lot of PlayStation 5 games because it's not mine, but I do use it from time to time. Oh my god, wait. Holy shit, that's true! We do have a PlayStation 5, I just don't... I don't use it. The Foam Stars beta is happening right now. You know the fake Splatoon? Like, the Splatoon for straight people? That's happening. I don't know if it ended, but I do know Hasmi was streaming it on YouTube. I don't know if I want to see how eye straining it is visually for myself in person. They're literally having their Splatoon test fire right now. And I forgot. Has anyone here tried it? We're eating good for the fall in terms of video games and Yuri anime. Oh my god, speaking of Yuri. Speaking of Yuri. I love how I have like so many things in my likes that correlate to like whatever we're talking about. Speaking of Yuri, this is by Z. Look at this. Peak content once again. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to see what's happening for October anime because right now I'm devastated. See, any Twitter could not handle themselves. Or I think it's manga Twitter, honestly. There have been some really crazy spoilers for Jujutsu Kaisen, and there was no way I could avoid them. Like, can you believe it? To this day, I still have not been spoiled on things like Persona 5 or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or other things. But somehow, I think it's just people were so devastated at what happened that I got spoiled on it, and now I'm just like, oh, can I make myself forget this? I don't know if I can, but this artwork, peak right here. Sparkling Heart Yuri. Look at these cephalopods. I'm more excited for winter, if anything. Wait, Shoujo Ai? I don't think I've heard of that. Seems familiar, but I don't know if I have. Gonna be busy this month, but still hyped. You got it. We got plenty of things to look forward to, and honestly, if side order is February 2024, it's gonna be here before you know it. It'll be here before we know it. I was so mad when I got spoiled, you two. Oh no, it's so Jover. I was like, you know what? Honestly, I think I have been spoiled on other things, but I'm just... People drop spoilers for Attack on Titan, but I decided I was not gonna watch that after, like, season 3-ish, so I didn't really care, but this one, this is different. This is personal. I've been watching it with my sister, but I really ought to read the manga. Despite being supportive of Pearlina, I have no idea what terms like Yuri mean. It just means girl love. Like, yaoi is boys love, but Yuri is girls love. Spy Family Season 2, that's right. That's right, oh my god. Did the movie come out already? Because I don't know where I'm gonna see that. So, unless it's just an original story that, like, you don't have to catch up on. I love Anya, she's so cute. I think I made Asian 8 say, like, some of her voice lines a long time ago. And I don't think... Yo, Opal, thank you for the 12 months. What's this? A year? It is. I can't believe it. That's insane, actually. Thank you. What was I gonna say? Yeah, speaking of Spy Family, I don't think I have to explain how down bad I am for your... I mean, people would not be surprised at this point. But yeah. Yuri's lesbians, Yaoi's gays, got it. Exactly. Thumbs up emoji. Waku wak. Yeah. Spoilers suck. I did not want to get spoiled for Splatoon 3 story, so I finished in 4 days. You know what? Handshake emoji. Me too. I powered through it. People were like, why didn't you upgrade your gear? Like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I had to. I had to get through this. People made it like a personal mission. They made whole Twitter accounts with like the alternal logs in the PFP and like profile banner. That's how crazy it was. There's a Spy Family Anya game for the Switch coming out that was shown in the recent direct. Was it in the JP only? Because I don't remember that. Unless I missed it. Unless I was just too busy thinking of Side Order and Princess Peach Showtime. Oh wait, shoujo. Oh, like, okay. As the term, I thought you were, because when you said shoujo, I was thinking of like, wait, you know what I thought of in my head? Shoujo Rei, this one song that like a lot of Niji Sanji VTubers sing. It's yeah, like Shonen Ai. Okay, yeah, no. I don't know why my mind went there. I got spoiled with the Mr. Grizz thumbnail a week before Splatoon 3 released. Jeez. For Sofia Gaming must be stopped. Like at this point, when are we just... when are we gonna be free? I think the only spoiler I actually did see... was Shiver in story mode. Like in the thumbnail, it was like Shiver doing their JoJo laugh. I was like, whoa, okay. I'm gonna stay off YouTube until I finish this. I thought I thought I could make it. I really did. But it was like in a recommended video section and that's all I saw. I'm down disastrous for your flush face emoji. You know what? I found my people. How much longer till the Splatoon anime? I don't know. You think it'd be soon? Like, I'd love to just reference all the different Nintendo animations we've got, like the Smash Bros trailers, the Kid Icarus shorts, the Star Fox animation. Splatoon is massively popular. It's time. It is absolutely time. Like we've been overdue for at least even like a short OVA. I don't know when we'll get something like that though. Unless they want to wait until Side Order. Before Side Order, we're getting a deep cut concert though. It was also in the American Direct. How did I miss that? Maybe I did see it, I just didn't process it. Beauty, grace, and death. Exactly. I was spoiled a little when I saw the Deep Cut Anarchy Rainbow performance thumbnail. Wasn't that in the Splatoon 3 Direct though? They wanted us to see that at least. But I'm laughing because I'm laughing because I see your is the definition of mommy. Sorry, mommy. I can't. Yeah, the concert for Deep Cut is gonna be, I think it's gonna be at Tokyo Big Sight again in January. So they're opening the lottery drawings in November. But I hope that since Nintendo Live was successful in the States this year, that once we get the definitive version of the Deep Cut concert, with hopefully some more Squid Sister songs, I'm praying, I'm literally No longer asking. Hopefully, they can bring a Splatoon concert to the US for the first time. Because Europe has gotten pretty lucky, I will say that. Y'all have had the Squid Sisters once, and then Off the Hook and the Squid Sisters. But unironically, so it was France that got like one of the first ever Squid Sisters lives with their solos. And then Switzerland got basically what's it? They got like the first Off the Hook concert that lets the Squid Sisters join in on a few songs. And they have their own discography. Like they have Fresh Start, they have Calamari Incantation, but the Tenta Live, which was the Octa expansion concert, that was never brought outside of Japan. Now that I think about it, that this whole time, yeah, that was like a Japan exclusive. So you can buy the Blu-ray with the green screen footage and everything, but dang. Yeah, I can see why people are like, oh man, well, Japan gets everything. But I guess that is where like that's its home base, you know? For Side Order release day, I'm going full lockdown with spoilers and Firefox plugins to block out the thumbnails. Yo, that is a plan. I'm probably gonna try to, like with Return of the Mammalians, I didn't stream it. I just recorded everything and uploaded it later. But like I said, in the challenge stream that we just did, what I want to do is stream it and then cut down those streams to make the videos so I have less editing work to do and y'all aren't waiting like 5 months, probably an exaggeration, for the finale. I know most people will want to play it on their own time, but given that it's gonna be like similar to a roguelike this time, I don't know, maybe again, maybe some people will be done sooner than a lot of others. I think all of us here are pretty dedicated. We'll probably try to blast through so we can get our Pearlina content and our Oct content. Whatever lore they're gonna give us. Liquid Sunshine Live? Oh, please. It'll go straight into Big Betrayal afterwards. Please. We need it. And then Smeared Canvas, hopefully. But yeah, if we get Nintendo Live, because they're saying 2024, so I'm wondering if they're alternating between... They had it in Seattle this year, but I'm wondering if they're like alternating. So does that mean 2025? I think at that point, oh, it's crazy. They could do something huge in 2025 because Splatoon will be 10 years old. Actually unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Do you have an editor to help you out? Actually, no. For like the latter half of 2022, I did. And I think they actually worked on some of the comic dubs. But as of right now, since what the Patreon funds is basically, the Patreon helps me commission artists to work on certain pieces for the channel. And then it goes right back into upgrading streams. It goes back into paying the voice actors who work with me. So technically, not much is left for like an actual proper, like, I want to say like editors do a lot of work. I should know because I've been editing everything since the beginning. So I think like to properly pay an editor, there's not enough left at the end. So no, like people have come in off and on, but I don't have anyone right now. It is just me, which is why things have been slow. I wonder where Octavio is now, yeah. Octavio and Little Judd are like characters that are missing from the hub world right now. What's up with that? I mean, I'm glad they didn't put him in another snow globe, because I feel like that joke's overdone. But he's somewhere. Yo, is that Duck? Hello? You're not late at all. We're just vibing, honestly. Yeah, same here. Actually, for me, it wasn't like film classes. It was Photoshop classes. So most of the skills I have now, yeah, I've been working with Photoshop for a really, really long time. I think Premiere was the only thing I really had to learn, and a little bit of After Effects. But After Effects to this day still kind of scares me. Like, if I don't have to use it for anything, I'm probably not gonna use it. But if you want like really like cool transitions and motion graphics, I've used it for a few comics, but yeah, I really ought to learn more. Shiver was doing the Dio Rai pose while laughing. That's how I saw it at the time. Now for real though, I still want to like at some point when I figure out how to do this, I want to get the free roam cam in Splatoon so I can look at some of the story mode scenes. But yeah, the Deep Cut concert is gonna be in January 2024. I'm just thinking about like how insane would it be to actually like try and enter the lottery this time. I don't know if it's open to people worldwide or you just have to be in a Japanese prefecture to even sign up. We'll find out once they release it, hopefully. Didn't Fry say that she spotted his UFO during the Alien, Bigfoot, and Nessie Splatfest? Yeah, she did. And I think that was like, you know why I think she said that? So right before, no, it's right after you fall through with Cuttlefish and into Alterna, you see Deep Cut like standing over the crater. So they were there, and they probably saw a little bit of the boss fight. They probably saw a little bit of it. Falls from the ceiling. Yo, what's up, Kale? How are you? You reminded me, right? Just like right when you said that, it reminds me of the what's it? This one like Tumblr post that went viral of someone like sticking a little like Splatoon. It's like a little what would you even call it? It's like a little squid. So they like threw it at the ceiling and it stayed up there. And all I remember is the like following reblog of the post that says it's like talking about how it's stuck up there. I wish I had the search terms to find it, but I remember the like revlog that says, "Guess what just fell from my ceiling?" Making the like, oh my god, what was it? It's such a silly description. That post is so iconic. Wait, you have it? I love how you just have it verbatim. Look what like it just fell from my ceiling. Like the a meaty slap in the tender hours of the morning. I'm gonna cry actually. Oh man. Oh wow. You got jump scared by Stardust? They're just a little guy. You're just a little guy though. Look, I know what you're talking about. Wait, I'm gonna take that search term though and see if the image comes up though. Thank you for typing that, Kale, because I was like, wait, how am I gonna find this post? I found it. What the hell? It's not even on our Splatoon. I find it on a completely different subreddit that's called r/brand new sentence for sentences never before written found in the wild. What is this? Oh god. Hold on, I'm gonna show it to you now. This is so silly. Alright. Alright, if we'll load this properly. Look at this post. I like got this Splatoon stuck on my ceiling and I'm not able to get it down. What do you even call this kind of toy? Like it probably has the jelly inside, and you just like it's like one of those. It's like a stress ball, but not really. You're not going to believe what object dislodged itself from the ceiling and began its descent to the floor, creating a loud, meaty slap sound upon impact, waking me up in the tender hours of the night. Dear God. There it is. There's tears in my eyes. Is it the sticky head effect? I want one. Unexpected Woomy. Yeah, see this post, like these are like top 10 Tumblr posts that live in my head rent free. Like there's this one and then like I'll never forget the one, I probably have to look it up. But it's one where like it has a lot of reblogs and commentary, but people post it. I think on I saw it reposted on Twitter a while ago, and it was like, why do people love sleeping so much? And someone just reblogs and says, because it's a free trial of death. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy dark humor. I love it. I love this post so much. I wonder what it sounded like when it felt like you can only imagine it, right? But it must have been the worst jump scare at the time. Recently reached the 100-day streak in Duolingo. Pog. My mom had one of these melt on her car dashboard one time. It was everywhere. Oh no, it sounds painful. I just look up Splatoon stuck to the ceiling and it shows up. It's funny because I put in the exact like wording that you had, Kill, and like yeah, there it is. Next idol group name, Meaty Schlap. Why would you do this? What is their catchphrase? Marlon Marina said, "Don't get cooked." They got cooked, all right. When did this happen in the Splatoon world? Say Agent 4 got stuck on the ceiling in squid form and then comes crashing down to the floor. I imagine like kind of like the John Sandwich videos. I imagine that like at one point the agents like did all room together. You know, Captain is like beating their ass if that happens. I think the fun headcanon that 4 and 8 were roommates came about from this like one promotional art for Tower Records. I could see them like just being roomies. This needs to be a comic. I haven't drawn in forever. The last thing I drew was for my bestie C Senpai's birthday, which was back in June. So that's how long it's been. Really need to get back to just like sketch practice. Yeah, I always loved John Sandwich's work. Things take a lot longer, I think, since they're like now working in Blender. And they were roommates. Ah, I see. I provided the perfect opportunity. Agent 32 Copium. I mean, hey, listen. That's the beauty of like the agent ships. There's like so much variety. I want to draw my own version of the agents. Honestly, I would go with the canon designs for my channel because I didn't know how to design them either, but I've started thinking about it more, trying to sketch it out, and then right now I'm commissioning Minty Moon. They also did the emotes for the channel, but I'm commissioning them to do a redesign of Captain, so that's gonna be fun. I'm trying to brainstorm a hairstyle that doesn't exist in the game. It's sort of like the base of it is the OG, like the OG Inkling Girl tentacles, but like with different bangs, I think. I know that the hairstyle like for my persona or my inksona, it doesn't exist in game, but maybe one day it will. All we have are like the blunt fringe bangs, I believe. That's all we got right now. It's the closest thing. Still long hair, but not quite what we have here. I kind of miss when he animated in SFM. I wonder if he'll go back to it just for like nostalgia's sake. Yeah, but even then, those were like super high quality. My god, they were roommates. I want to be as good as him someday. I think you'll definitely get there. Yeah, like once you hit like, honestly, once you hit like the 1 or 2 year mark of doing most things, like you've gotten like pretty confident in your workflow. It only gets better from there. Cause honestly, even making the voices at the like drop of a pin now, like I was not able to do that. Not until we started doing the voice requests, which is like a blast from the past, where I got to read people's stories and scripts on stream. That in itself was training, so I don't think it was until 2019. And we started the channel in like mid 2017. It wasn't until 2019 that I was actually really proud of the voice work I was doing. Yeah, that's about the time where I would say, okay, yeah, this sounds pretty okay. Like, I'm at a good spot. Take all the time you need. Definitely, like, just enjoy the process of not knowing anything at first because there'll always be things to learn. But once everything's familiar to you, like, it just, I feel like some of the curiosity fades, right? Like, it's not, brand new to you anymore. Yeah, definitely enjoy the process. My toxic splat character designing trait is giving them all hairstyles that just barely differ from ones in game or aren't in game at all. And that's what makes it unique, right? I'm so excited to see how Captain comes out because Moon said that they'll start working on it not even next week. This week. I'm not ready. My body is not ready. You were killing it even then? Oh, thank you. I mean, there'll be some things that I go back and watch and I can like I can visualize how it felt recording for it, but I won't remember it until I watch it. It's crazy how like there's really that many videos at this point. I can never accurately play as Captain in game. Sag. That series was such a blast from the past. Like you were learning bit by bit when you were reading those stories. Yeah. Honestly, it was great practice for narrations. Which is why the character redeems are here in that sort of sense. Yeah. I think some of my favorites, I would try and organize the stories by the theme. Because like there would be, so for instance, we did like Halloween or Splatoween once before, and based on the prompts that they would go with, I would try to organize them so that they would like flow into each other, like it was multiple in-universe scenarios. People did such a great job. I think there was one where I remember this one where it was it Marie and Agent 4 were like underground in Ingopolis and they found this like strange creature. That was one of the stories. And someone like made this like detailed boss fight sequence in writing. It was so cool. They even included the music they wanted to play like at each page. The voice requests were really interesting. It's a time that I can't really replicate even if I were to do it now. I think it would be a lot more it would be like a lot more updated now that I know how to use OBS a lot better, but the way that it felt during that time period, we can't exactly like replicate it, which is what's so interesting. Maybe the curiosity just manifests differently? Yeah. I would say it does. That Agent 4 annoys Marie was legit one of my very first Splatoon fan works I saw when I entered the fandom, so thank you for that. Oh my god. Wait a minute. I still laugh at the stupid joke I put with the T-Pain song. I guess, yeah, even then, some things never really do change. But that's crazy. Oh my god. That video is so old now. I think it was February 2018. Thank you for watching. Opinion on Project Sekai. I have not played it. The last Hatsune Miku game I played was like, what's it? It's sitting right here next to me. Project Mirai DX, which was on the 3DS. I know it's been a long time. But yeah, speaking of stories, the one that we have for tonight is actually, let me see. Prepare yourself for a bit of a flashbang because I know that this is probably gonna be like a bright white page or semi-bright. Yeah. Wow, that is so. Hold on. Okay. Now this dark mode extension I have is great for when you're reading, but it kind of like transforms other sites because it inverts the colors. So yeah, this is a story actually that I had for everyone today, and it is by theashemarie. They recently updated, so this is in a collection of stories where it's a human AU for Pearlina and it's their long distance relationship. I think the last time they had updated this until now was basically the start of quarantine, so that was back in March 2020. And they started, I think, the last part in the series, which will have 3 chapters. And this fic has been on my mind like for a long time. It started in 2019. But it's just one of those fics that you recommend to people. It's so fluffy, so adorable, so real, honestly. So raw. And I really love when people put a good spin on an EU. So this is the one. It starts with like a bit of a Halloween scenario, so it follows them throughout the seasons. But it's called Vampire in the Corn. And I think there's 2 parts to it. We would probably only have time for 1 part tonight. But I thought like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool to like just revisit this? I started rereading everything just because of the new update. But yeah, that was a Pearlina fic that I had prepared. Honestly, I don't think I have any new work of my own to read. But that'll change hopefully in another month or so. Story time? Yeah, eventually. I wanted to catch up with y'all and just like chill and chat for a little bit because like I can only like really talk in small increments when I'm reading. I can't really like break away from it too much. So I wanted to chat with y'all before that. Before we actually get into the thick of it. And if you fall asleep while I'm reading this by any chance, don't feel bad. Yeah, eventually we're gonna get to reading that. A sudden burst of Miku art on Twitter this past week has been 100 emoji. Yeah, because of the Pokemon and Miku collabs, all the designs have just ate down. I don't even know how to describe it. Some of my favorites were definitely the ghost type, fairy type, what's some of the other ones that, oh my god, the ice type Miku? I was giving Promare. Yeah, all the artists really popped off on that one. Whoa, okay, Siri, stop. Why did Siri start? Oh, okay. Yes. Siri, why? I think I said Ice Miku, not whoever's in my contacts. No! Oh man. Give me a second. The Siri jump scare. I wonder how much of it even picked up because it was like, stop listening. How do I turn her off? It was like in the corner. Usually my phone is like farther away from the PC, but it's actually like in the corner of the desk this time. I'm so no, I'm so embarrassed. It's so Jover for me, guys. Skull emoji. The poison type Miku is one of my faves. So chaotic. Yeah, the colors. The color combo. So aesthetically pleasing. I was like, wait, who's talking? Siri wants to chill by the campfire too. I like how I didn't pick it up this time. Good. If I do crash, and lots of air hugs before I do. We appreciate it. Oh man. I feel my eyes starting to flicker. Let's go. You get some calming sleep. That's like perfect. Fanfic as an art form is crazy. I'm reading an 800k word Madoka fic, which is legit 300,000 words more than War and Peace. Dude, the most dedicated fanfic authors are just like a gift from God. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, how and what? I think a lot of those people go on to publish their own books, which is like a childhood dream of mine that I had a long time ago. That is insane. Talk about dedication. No shot. I'm biased towards the water Miku because of Primarina being a favorite. Oh, a favorite Pokemon. Yeah, no, that one was really nice too. I'm just thinking of like the more recent ones. Absolutely adorable. Wasn't the longest form of reading piece for a while this giant fanfic of Smash Bros? I know there was like an ongoing one, but I don't remember the title. Alright, I'm gonna put my phone over here. Also, let's see. Wow, it's really been an hour together already. It doesn't really feel like it. It doesn't feel like it at all. I'm going to get some hydration real quick. As usual, I always like try to remind y'all to stay hydrated. We even have a fun emote, but yeah, let me go ahead and do that. Good fanfic slap as always. It's called To the Stars for anyone interested. It's a sci-fi Madoka fic and it's legit. Alright, I'm so excited actually because we're finally getting a follow-up after Rebellion. It's been years and they released the latest promotional video recently. Studio Shaft out here killing it as always. We're gonna have so much Yuri after this. Wait, I don't know. It's kind of a joke in the fandoms, right? But would Madohomu be toxic Yuri? Is it? I don't think it is. Some people might think it is though. Oh man. Yo, Iconic, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Rebellion sequel, yeah, we've been dreaming of times like this. An hour already, at least for me. And for those of you who have been here from the start, thank you so much. Hashtag Homer did nothing wrong. You know, it's been so long that it's been so long that I actually don't remember how everything ended. Like, I know they were in an alternate reality. But, what was it? What year was it? Is what I'm trying to remember. I definitely saw it when I was, like, in my freshman year of college. That's how long it's been, bro. We went to, the theaters to see it. And I think even now it still is a pretty big deal to have, anime movies in theaters. Like it's kind of more normalized. But back then, they would not run them for like weeks at a time like they do now. The last animation that I saw was probably Suzume in theaters. Do they communicate their issues healthily? Uh, um, I don't remember. I'm so excited for that. Yeah, same. Better to hydrate and no dehydrate. Yeah, actually, I forgot already. I said I was going to take a sip of tea and I have not, so. There we go. All I remember about Madoka and seeing that one parody of the Four Kids dub called Magical Molly. I don't think I've ever seen that. Recently, I had the Being Maguka is Suffering saga recommended to me, where someone basically dubbed over like I don't even know what image board it was posted on. She will never catch me on that cursed site. Someone dubbed the entire thing and archived it to YouTube. But yeah, I think that's like the most, like when it comes to Madoka memes, that's like the most that I know. I think Starbot Dubs they did a dub of like this 4 Coma series. I don't remember what it's called, but you look up Starbot Dubs and go to their playlist, you'll see some Madoka stuff they did. It was all in Japanese as well. Suzume, I'm gonna cry. Yeah. Oh man, it definitely had a lot more twists than like I want to say what was it? Weathering with You. That was the one I saw before this. But I remember when the first trailer for Suzume came out and people were like making fun of the fact that like, oh well, why is he like that? Why is he a chair? It makes sense because I'm glad they didn't push the romance aspect of it. That age difference was not it. I'm glad it didn't go in that direction. But then when the interview came out talking about how it could have been a Yuri instead, we were kind of robbed actually. It made me cry. And no, I definitely like teared up but didn't full on cry towards the end because the message is really powerful. Like it stays with you even after you leave the theater. Stream's a blessing to wake up to. Well, I'm really glad. It's funny though that like I know it's morning for some people, but like for me, it's nighttime and the stream background fits more. Time zones are crazy. Suzume sounded like a ship name. It kind of does, but that's just the main character's name. And her design is so interesting because she looks like Nemona from Pokemon. What's it? Scarlet and Violet, the most recent one. I was like, is that not just Nemona as the protagonist? It's an animated movie. Wait, give me a second to bring up some art. Let's see. Okay, here we go. It's like the most recent Makoto Shinkai film. It really does hit you in the feels like towards the end. I'm hyped for The Boy and the Heron. I don't think I've watched the trailer for that. I know Studio Ghibli is doing things again. They're active again, which is interesting. I haven't gotten around to watching Weathering with You. I missed my chance to watch when it was in theaters. I think I did see it in theaters, but it's so strange that these movies are not streaming anywhere. Like technically, all of like the past Shinkai films, I have them on Blu-ray because they're just not on streaming services. I don't know why. Of course, like anime is not that niche anymore. It's just, I guess no one has the rights to it. Like a lot of the, what's it? Mamoru Hosoda films. I had to remember his name. A lot of those are like on HBO or Crunchyroll. So like movies like Wolf Children or The Girl Who Leapt Through Time or Summer Wars, you can watch those, but these I just don't know where they're streaming. Probably on Amazon. Capitalism is terrible. Dang, it's like already the next like already halfway into the next day for some of y'all. At least I hope your day is going alright. Last anime movie that I watched was Spirited Away. Oh, a classic. I think yeah, we've already done our yearly rewatch of it. Feels like you can notice something different in that movie every time you watch it. And like just I don't know, just like being submersed in that world for like an hour plus is truly magical. I feel like it means something different to you as you grow up. Like it hits in a different way. 'Cause I know for me, like when I was younger watching it, I was like, wow, she really like she really found her confidence. She really faced her fears. I was like, oh man, I want to do that. I want to be able to do that as I grow up. I guess in a way I kind of did because I wasn't like the best public speaker anyway. I like sort of tried to become better at it. Agent Ahado, hello. Hope you're doing alright. Thanks for dropping by. I need to watch more anime in general. I've barely touched it despite being a major animation fan. Well, I think like, man, I don't know. I can't like fully support Crunchyroll as much as I used to. I would say that's like a good like entry level place to watch some series. Like I won't shill for Crunchyroll, honestly. If you wanna like if you wanna check out like a lot of simulcasts, that is the place unfortunately, but Hulu has stuff now. Hulu does actually they're like pretty accessible as well to find stuff on there. They're the only people at Bleach right now, I think. Unless there's like another streaming service that has it. They have the thousand year blood war, the new arc. My sister like went crazy for that. I'm not caught up on Bleach whatsoever, but I still watched it anyway. I still watched it. It was so cool. Oh, I can't stay for the story. Gotta get some sleep. Oh, okay. Well, the VOD will be up and I'll try and timestamp it. I've got so much to catch up on for the VOD channel though. But I hope you have a great rest of your night. Yeah, at least I know watching VODs on Twitch itself is it's not the best experience, but it is alright. It's been sick so far. Yo, what's up, Clasher? I see you were lurking a little bit. Princess Mononoke is like so different from a lot of the Ghibli movies. Or Ghibli? I've been saying it wrong my whole life, so I gotta like keep remembering. The only one I haven't seen for some reason is Nausicaa and Nausicaa Valley of the Wind. And I just want the perfect moment to watch it early. I know it's like environmentalist commentary as well. That's the one I really need to watch. And I hope I can get around to it soon. Is working. I hope it's been going well. It's nice to have the previous streams up, but it's not the same interacting. Yeah, like in the moment, while we're here, while we're like all connected here for just like literally just a moment in time. you're talking to each other. That's crazy, isn't it? How we can do that? How technology is that advanced? It really is such a powerful movie, but truth be told, my favorite Ghibli movie as of right now is Kiki's Delivery Service, because the message is pretty impactful. That was my first one ever. That was my first one ever, and like to this day, like I always listen to the soundtrack when I need to chill. Honestly, based. Yeah. Because what Kiki goes through in that movie, when you think about it, like as you grow older and you think about it, she was experiencing burnout. Like that's how real it was. The time like she lost her spark and her passion for what she was doing. So she lost her powers and what allowed her to create. Like, yeah. It's so important actually. I want to get around to watching Ponyo and Hal's Moving Castle. We recently rewatched Hal actually because I didn't remember most of it. And even Hal himself, like he was going through a lot. Like my man's had depression, like for real, for real. When you look back on a lot of these films, you start to realize like, yeah, they were really tackling a lot of real issues, but you're too young to sort of understand all of it right away. For the most part, though, I think children are like very perceptive. I think like the first time I ever watched it, I fell asleep, so I didn't remember it. But like I think some people are able to grasp that, like no matter what age. My Neighbor Totoro, another good one. What was your first entry anime? Let's see. My mom used to videotape card captors back in the day, or like that was a localization of it. Card captors, Digimon, and Sailor Moon. I had Pokemon movies on DVD. We went to see the first one in theaters, but I never really watched the animation. I was not caught up with the Pokemon anime. But yeah, those are like all the series that I first like got into. It's because they would record them on videotapes for me. I have. Wait, I don't know. Wait, that wasn't. It wasn't an animation that I think aired on TV, unless it did. I have like Pokemon VHS tapes. That's how far back it goes. Like the official ones, not the ones they recorded, but Pikachu's Winter Vacation. I just found it. I just found it recently, and I'm like, wait, this was a thing? This was a thing? That's crazy, yeah. I can relate to burnout. College work will do that to you. Yeah. I miss those times where I was able to hang out with friends on campus, but I don't miss the workload. I will say that for sure. I think it got worse with COVID because, especially if your classes are online, they would just load stuff on you. Yeah, it got worse. I can say, can confirm. Gained a new interest in psychology. Let's go. That is my major actually. Card Captors, I just started watching the new Clear Card series and it's giving me all the nostalgia. I won't say anything because you haven't finished it yet. And probably will that be spoilers for all the chat. But I can't tell what did like a better job of like adaptation or like continuation, if it was Sailor Moon Crystal or Clear Card. I don't know. I will say I had like mixed feelings upon the ending of it, but the animation was so beautiful. Castle in the Sky, another good one. Oh, the music is always like, especially the ending. The ending, like, it's something that'll always stay with me too. The way they protected each other made it so sweet for me. Yeah, I love honestly, like, yeah, I'm a sucker for romance, but I love when like it's a platonic friendship throughout a movie or series, because that's just as important as like romantic connections, at least in my opinion. I feel like 90% of my friends are online friends, and I'm fine with that. Well, honestly, those are still real friendships. They're still valid. Anyone who says that they aren't, well, I guess they're just doing a bit miserably. Because even if you can't see someone physically in the moment, like, the conversations that you have and the emotions that you share, those are still real. You're still keeping them updated on your life and enjoying stuff together. Like, especially if you like game together, that's real. I had the chance to meet Moon, Azure, and Sin at MomoCon, I think earlier in the year, but I had to make a choice between that and DreamCon. So hopefully next year we can make something happen. Because I have yet to meet them in person. But I've known Moon for like a really long time though. But yeah, don't let anyone like tell you otherwise, that your connections aren't valid. I need to play more Salmon Run. I don't know what it is about Splatoon 3, but even though like you think things would like you think things would be like a little bit more balanced for me as in, like when it comes to like playing Turf War and Salmon Run, but I don't touch it as much unless I'm streaming or like preparing for the next big run. But since they added the egg throw, the difficulty is increased, and so playing with randoms doesn't always cut it. I'll get back to it eventually. My Arrow Ace heart sings for platonic love and found family, and that's the vibes the deep cut gives off, honestly. Like, I don't object to like the poly deep cut ships and all. I think like all the headcanons are really fun, but for me personally, I just definitely vibe with them, like being found family, especially considering their backgrounds and when the interviews came out. Yeah, definitely rock with that as well. Playing with randoms in Salmon Run is good mental discipline training, though. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is basically a work-life simulator because you're not always gonna have coworkers you enjoy, clocking in with. So, how did they make it this realistic? Is there a better trope than found family? Honestly, I mean, it's up there on like my top 5 tropes, but I can't pull them off the top of my head right now. But no problem, y'all. Let me get some more water and we should start story time. Definitely start story time. I'll take breaks like in between to kind of look at what y'all are saying and reactions and whatnot. And at the end of everything, I'll be sharing links to the AshMarie's archive of our own profile as well as her Tumblr. She's more active over there, and I'm so excited for like the continuation of this series. If there's one thing that you do take away from the stream, especially if you are an avid Pearlina enjoyer, I hope that you check out their human AU, and they have plenty of other AUs actually, and plenty of like other Pearlina drabbles. I think at least a couple that I have yet to actually read, so my backlog is insane. When it comes to like games, fics, movies, everything. All in due time, hopefully. Become unstoppable and you will succeed. Don't forget to rest though, but that is definitely a good mentality. That is some good water. In all my years of life, I still have not figured out how to describe the taste of water. Like, it's something that is so refreshing, but just doesn't have a hint of like any known, I guess maybe minerals, like any known. Hmm. Like water doesn't have spices. Like it's just water. I don't know. I just how do you even describe water? Like if you're drinking flavored water, then you can say like, oh man, this strawberry water is so good. But other than that, like, what do you even do? Water's just, I don't know. It's just H2O. Seltzer is just spicy water. Yeah, like carbonated water, true. Real ones know that not all water tastes the same. Oh, definitely. Like I was definitely one of those kids who like would I would drink water from the hose house. You're getting all the lore. Um that water definitely tastes different. You got your Fiji water, you got your Voss water, you got your Aquafina and your Dasani. I don't know. I feel like Dasani water is pretty interesting. Spicy water exists. Yeah, like seltzer or club soda or whatever they call it. Carbonated water, crisp water. Summer hose water is the best water, right? Interacting with chat here is always the highlight of my week. I'm glad to hear that. I honestly like have not had consistent streams in forever. But I guess as long as we're like able to like find a few days out of the week or at least be here for the most important times like Splatfest, then it's all okay. I miss when I was on like a weekly schedule though. Like 2022 was it was me figuring out how to use Twitch. And I honestly still miss those days. I think me staying consistent is how like the channel grew, especially, and how I was able to meet all of y'all. So 2024, maybe we'll be back on a consistent schedule, hopefully. The Yume lore eye emoji. I love the occult eyes. They're always so funny. I have a vendetta against sparkling water. Oh no. Dude, there's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference between like purified water that you get from those filters you would put on the faucets versus the purified water that you get from your refrigerator. I guess it's just like the output. We're getting into like a whole like water debacle, which is funny. Yume's 2024 New Year's resolution: consistent schedule /J. I mean, there's one. I feel like all my resolutions have come true, fortunately for me. Wow, we're getting started already. Dang, this is a sparkling water hate thread apparently. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry your experience wasn't that favorable. And alright, oh my god, I just realized I've been staring at this Suzume poster for like the last however many minutes. But yeah, I definitely shoot. I don't know where you can stream this, but I definitely recommend checking this one out for sure. we could do like, cause I've never really done this as a topic, but back when I used to watch a lot more anime YouTubers heavily, I always thought about doing like a what am I watching for the current season sort of video. But we could do a stream like talking about anime more or what we're currently watching or recommend stuff to everyone. Because y'all have some good recommendations as well, so that's another idea for a stream. I think like while we're in the process of finally getting things like over to the new place, I might only really be able to do this like I'll stream one day and then like 3 to 4 days later. We'll make it work however we can. But yeah. Filing that down for like stream ideas. This stream brought to you by Suzume 2023. この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。I have that memorized, bro. This program is brought to you by these sponsors. He reminds me of that Prosy D water subreddit sketch where he's snobby about water flavors. Dude, I love Prosy D. You can just like make a skit about anything. I think some of my favorite ones were like the what was it? It was the chair romance ones, which is odd. It's ironic considering the story of Suzume. Like he was so ahead of his time. And then the ones where like the NPC ones, he was also ahead of his time because look at what happened on TikTok with the NPC streams. Dude, actually a genius. Curb stomping sparkling water, dang. It's crazy out here. I would unironically love an anime chat slash recommendation stream. Alright, yeah. We're definitely filing it away under ideas of things to do then. Cause it's perfect, it's perfect for just chatting as well. If you're going to do a redeem, there's been a message going through chat that says if you're going to do a redeem, please do so like after the reading or before. So if we're about to start, it's probably not the best timing. It depends on like the character limit for it. Interesting stream idea, let's go. An anime I want to talk about for that. Alright, yeah, we're gonna have to be careful because I know some of y'all are probably manga readers. We're gonna have to be careful with spoilers and whatnot. Whenever I hear Nakama in a sub anime, I think of Prosy D. But with the power of friendship. Oh man. There's a ton of indie games that we've played that I feel are very underrated. That's another good idea. Remember, I think OGs remember this one. We played Goodbye World on stream at one point. And they really had us in the first half with that one, I will say. The art was so cute. I love pixel games. Our favorite PBS shows growing up? Dude. Oh my god. That... that would be insane actually. I want to do that one. I know, because another VTuber I watch, Lucajin, I think she usually does like retro commercial streams. You say PBS, like, I think of Cyber Chase and Between the Lions and all that. Dang, that's crazy. We should do that too. You gotta do all the things. Mine was Super Y. I feel like I've heard of that before. I don't think I watched it. One of the kids' channels from ITV in the UK shut down last month. Oh. Wait, did they have the children's programming too? That's so sad. Like I remember, yeah, my brother and sister would watch a lot of those shows. At least they'd be playing like every afternoon. And I started to like remember all the theme songs. Oh my god, yeah, I saw a post about that. I saw a post about Sagwa and someone was like, did I just hallucinate this show or was it real? That one was cute. Dragon Tales, yep. I still remember the theme song, yeah. Dang, that just shows my age now, doesn't it? Not like it's not posted on my profile, but like... oh my god. All Cartoon Network shows we watched. That one too. We could actually just like combine it. Combine that one. Because if there's like one character, and I usually like tweet this, but if there's like one character that inspired, aside from Raven, that inspired at least one of my character voices, It's Mandy from The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Without a doubt, absolutely. Chat's exploding with all of the nostalgic cartoons. Alright, there's a lot of excitement for this. I'll get a sticky note out and I'll write it down right now so that I do not forget. Love that show. Let's go. Yeah. Vandy was like honestly, one of my favorite characters ever. It's like, it's the perfect trope of like, I think honestly, you could tell that she was a character that was going to have a deeper voice. But like when you see a character that looks really cute, but their voice is like not what you expect. I mean, but with those eyebrows, you could tell. You could tell immediately from like that design that she would be like a very serious character. But some of the quotes, honestly, are so iconic. It's like, I said when we, what was it? I'm trying to remember because I saw someone on TikTok like do a compilation. I think it was one of the bumpers where she says like, "Can you change the channel? We're talking about you," or something like that. Dude, there's even this like older one that I think people saved on YouTube where Raven and Mandy were sitting together on a train. Kind of iconic. Alright, I'm writing this down. Shows that we watched when we were younger for a stream. Yo. Y'all are dropping so many bangers in chat right now. Guess we could talk about like our favorite episodes and all of that. Oh yeah, someone did do an animation like that, because I think, which version of Splatoon? I think it's the like, is it the Latin version where like Shiver is actually called Megan? So, someone did, yeah, someone did like a reference to Ed, Ed, and Eddie in an animation sometime this year, or maybe it was last year. I think, wait, the person who did that animation, like, sometimes they pop by the stream. I think it was S Dragonhead on Twitter. Yeah. That's the one, yeah. I just joined the stream. How's everyone doing? We are vibing. Hope you are as well. The underrated, indie games. I'll definitely, because I have some to play already. And then we have the anime recommendation one. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. I was just thinking about that, and then I see it typed in the chat. I never watched Dexter, though. I don't think I really got through that one. Didn't watch Rugrats either. Kids Next Door, I did watch that one. Yeah. Number 3 and number 5, they're so adorable. One of my favorites. Alright, we've taken notes. We've taken notes of everything. There's so much to do. The OG Teen Titans? Oh, of course. Cartoon Network, on Instagram, they just posted the Hi Hi Puffy Yumi opening song. And I was like, whoa, what a blast from the past. They knew just to recommend this to me. Okay. I have like the perfect, like I'm gonna introduce it slowly. I have like the perfect BGM to play in the background as we read. And it's actually from the Final Fantasy VII remake. I think that my mom was like in the middle of playing it back when it was like, they had it as like a PlayStation Plus thing for a little bit, and so she decided like, oh, why not? I'll try it. And then I heard the song, and I was like, whoa, this is so good. Hopefully I can play it someday. And then she was like, you should stream it. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to get clowned on by chat because I'm not good at turn-based RPGs. I don't think I have played a turn-based RPG on the channel yet. Like, the only one I've played in my spare time would be Fire Emblem, and then even that one's more tactical, and then Persona. But it's on my own time. so it's not streamed, you know? Like I can, if I, mess up, no one sees it. I can take my time. But yeah, she played it, and so I committed the song to memory so I could look it up later. It's Jesse's theme. It's very nice. You'll literally have a nostalgia chat stream someday. Yeah, that's pretty much what like the indie game and the older cartoons idea would be like. Fluffy Yummy Yumi, yeah, no, I've seen people like cosplay them too. Such cool designs. Shaun the Sheep, I remember that one. I remember Wallace and Gromit too. Cool stop motions. Oh my god. Yo! Botanic Sage, thank you for the raid! I didn't know you were still streaming. Yo. We're like super ASMR mode right now, but I hope you had an amazing birthday. Thank you for bringing some of your folks over. Gotta head off to sleep. I hope you have a good one, dry fruit. Stay fresh and have sweet dreams. Persona 3 had an anime original pseudo sequel spin-off with an infamous opening song. Isn't it getting like a remake coming out soon? So it's gonna be like in the visual style of P5 and now everyone has an all-out attack? I don't think I've seen the anime, but pretty cool. But yeah, I was talking about like literally like older series and all the nostalgia is, I don't know, it just, time doesn't feel real, you know? Like when you're in the moment, like when you're living in the present, you just like, you try to enjoy it for what it is, but then you're sometimes hit with a feeling like this will all be a fun memory a year from now, or like even a few months from now. I still remember what it felt like to wake up and like hop on Animal Crossing on my 3DS when I first got it. And now I barely touch like any of my handheld systems. Dang. I don't know. I hope that I never drift away from Splatoon like that. I don't think I will. Especially because it's so new. Like, I literally got to grow up with it unlike everything else. Just food for thought, at least. Ambidex, thank you for the follow. How things been for everyone? Yo, what's good, Pen? Welcome in. I remember you saying that you couldn't make it last time, so I'm really glad to see you. Raiders coming in expecting Splat content. Chat. Dave the Barbarian stands. It's funny though, because we're under like the just chatting category anyway. People will probably be like, oh well, that's a different topic today. It's very interesting what you're doing. Yeah, pretty much we can go on tangents about anything and everything even while playing Splatoon. So I think people, like, for the most part, people who aren't regulars, like y'all, they probably wouldn't mind. Planet Robobot is so hard to get your hands on these days unless you just, emulate. But yeah, that was one I wanted to play. My first Kirby game ended up being Forgotten Land because I just, never got, I think I wanted Epic Yarn for the longest, but I never got it. That would have been my first Kirby game, to be honest. I think I'll still, like, try to at least, because I bought some things before they shut down the Wii U eShop. But I think there'll be some things I like try to get secondhand if I don't want to emulate everything. I don't know. I don't know how save states work. It's nice to have like the physical copies sometimes. My first Kirby game was Nightmare in Dreamland. I played Kirby 64 on NSO and it still holds up. Yeah, at least as long as they do continue to port over some of those like older titles, I don't know how Nintendo's gonna preserve all of their like older gaming history. I don't think everything will be on NSO. At the same time, if you still have like old DS games, old Game Boy games, and your chargers like still work, definitely hold on to that piece of gaming history. I know there's like probably plenty of them in the world that like we can just like keep trading around and so people will at least be able to experience a bit of that gaming history, but I wonder what they'll do. Okay, let's get this lovely browser window where I can see it. Physical copies are good for the soul. Exactly. Probably will only be here for a bit. Alright, you might be able to catch like the beginning of this story then. We've been like, it's funny. I said I was gonna start reading twice, and then someone in chat said something interesting, and I was like, ooh, shiny. I'm easily distracted. My life as a teenage robot. What? Oh my god. Dude. Dude, Jenny was so cute. You know, I've been like meaning to tweet this, but like, y'all, at least that's why I'm glad like Pearl and Marina are like aging with me. Like literally every Splatoon character is the series, like, you know, is growing up with us. But I wanted to tweet this. I wanted to say like, what do you do when a character that used to be the same age as you is just that you really used to love? Like what do you do when you're now like way older than them? Especially like I wonder what it's like to be a Splatoon fan while you're in high school, because for me the game came out when I was in college, right? But I wonder like how much different it is for like the really like the younger Agent 24 fans. They feel more connected to it. When you grow older than a character, like I saw a Lyra tweet about this at one point. She was like, I'm no longer the same age as I'm the same age as like what, Len Kagamine. I was no longer the same age as him. I just felt so heartbroken. What do I do? I can't crush on him anymore. Like at that point, you just have to see every character as like your child at that point. Like that's how I see my agents. I'm like, oh man, what do you do? You bring them back? We reached the 2-hour mark? No way. I haven't even started reading yet. No way. Hey, what's up, Tyrannosaurus? How are you? Time to see how my first time making, you know what it turns out. Oh, it's so good, honestly. I hope you enjoy it. Our first fictional childhood crushes. Yeah, like, what do you do? That's why I said, like, at least I'm glad most of our characters are growing up with us now. Like, at least for your OCs, they'll always be like whatever age you decide to make them. It's very cozy here. Real. Alright. Well, let me see. It'll get cozier once I play the music. Like, I gave the backstory on the music too, just like a few moments ago. But let's see. I'm gonna like slowly fade it in so it's not too loud. We haven't had music this whole time, which is incredible, honestly. There we go. Is that a good volume? How's that, yo? Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake music. Oh man, it hits me in the feels. Like especially watching the cutscenes where they're like coming back, like she was coming back to her childhood home. Just the interaction between all the characters. They really made it feel like it was an interactive movie. The volume just right. Let's go. Let's go. It's kind of weird to imagine seeing a character grow up as you do. A little bit odd. It gives them development and maturity though, yeah. That's why it hits so much. Especially if you played Splatoon 1. If you played Splatoon 1's hero mode, went to Splatoon 2, and then, well, they were absent in Splatoon 2 until Octa expansion, and then get to Splatoon 3, seeing your protagonist or the first agent that you ever played as become the captain and get promoted, like for people who started with Splatoon 3, they don't have that connection, right? But for everyone who at least like got to go back and play Splatoon 1 before it dropped, like yeah, that's truly special. Part 2 is coming out next year, very anticipated. Well, I've been seeing a lot of the trailers. I hope everyone has a good time because I gotta catch up. I'm about to pass out. Well, I hope that the stream was relaxing enough, Nero. Stay fresh and have a great rest of your night. I'm somewhere in the beginning for the remake. Yeah, I think my mom finished it. She's way ahead of me on that. Ben started Adventure Time when he was 10. By the final episode, he was 18 and taller than PB. That really hits. Yeah, and now Fiona and Cake is out, and I'm like, I want to get into that. I have to start from the beginning. You know what came out good? Alright. Party time. Alright, so now that our music is playing, let me go ahead and loop that. Oh, it's already looped. I was on my A game. Okay. Now the music's playing, we can get into the narration. So prepare to drift away for real. Like if you are already like falling asleep, prepare to nap. Honestly, I think there are like a few louder parts, like semi-loud, but I won't make it too loud. I mean, this is Pearl we're talking about. Pearl can be calming when she needs to be, but that's not really her jam all the time. Fiona and Cake is so good. I've heard, I'm seeing people like literally like have episode discussions on the timeline, and I'm like, oh no, I can't relate. Steven Universe, another good one. I feel like there's so much to unpack when it comes to that show. But also just like great LGBT rep anyway, and body positivity in that show. I think the show just ended too? Wait, really? Okay. Drawing Agent 3 tonight, let's go. Pearl's loud, but she's also gentle. She can be. Yeah. Okay, so here's her story. So I'll read the synopsis first. So this is Vampire in the Corn by theashemarie, and the synopsis is that Marina gets dragged along to a haunted corn maze where she meets Pearl, who's working as a scare actor, and in the worst way possible, after she loses her cool, she punches her right in the face. And I think, oh wow, what an explosive first meeting. I don't know. That's really unique for a first meeting. You read this one? Let's go. Yeah. Honestly, I think CJ Walker and Ashe Marie are like the most well-known Pearlina fic authors, I would say. At least like that I remember have been around in the Splatoon 2 era. There's probably definitely a bunch of others. I know everyone who was like in the Frostbite zine. Like Peppermint Tides, another person comes to mind. Who else? Like at least from the Splatoon 2 era I'm trying to remember. I'll have to go and look. But I don't know if you want me to talk about Aquila, but I know that your Fics series is also really, really interesting. And I don't think I've read the like the recent chapter. But I love the EU, I love the setting and time period a lot. Can't stay for the story time since I gotta sleep, but I'll definitely watch the VOD later, no problem. Thanks for chatting and keeping the peace as always, Superstar. Have a good night and yeah, stay fresh. Yeah, Killa, I will talk about Blood Pearl in the Sea if you want me to. At some point. Probably just like, cause like it's not like really in the spotlight since I'm reading another story, but like I can talk about it on another stream if you want. I really enjoyed it. I love how we sold enough for a redeem to come in. That's so funny. That's honestly so funny to me. No, please, I don't think my heart can take it. Yeah, I understand, like being put in the spotlight like that. Like, honestly, it probably would feel like so many eyes are just like scrutinizing everything, but everyone here, at least everyone here is like pretty positive. Okay, this is Agent 4 and 8? Okay, let's see. I heard the Windows XP sound, so I think it's behind this. Hello? Did it just glitch out? Bro. This is what happens when they're in the same folder. I can never win. Because why is it moving both of them at the same time? Shout out to Rose for the artwork as always. I need to find a better way to display them, but to think that before like we got these commissions, I was just doing the redeems without like any visuals on screen. Let's see. So this redeem says this is the equivalent of Cuttlefish like key smashing and Octo expansion, because how do you actually read that? It's funny that Marina like sorta does that in the Japanese version of Splatoon. So I'm just gonna interpret that in the most random way that comes to mind first. But I figure I should probably put the text on screen. Let's see. Dude, I love this music. I'm gonna actually just... What if I cried? What if I cried right now? There's a text, so the context will be immortalized. Text to speech for the keyboard smash, maybe? Let's see how it reads it. Yeah, why not? And thanks for hanging out with us, Pent. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, where is it? Let me translate. Oh boy. I don't think it'll be too loud. Hopefully not. Alright, yeah, cute. Let's see how it sounds.
AKSKSKDKFJANS.
It sounded like... Oh god. No. It sounded like the text-to-speech voice was saying keep yourself safe. Nah. It's not as humorous as I thought it would be. Not as humorous as I thought it would be, actually. Okay. Well. I'm just gonna do something random. The 4 says...
What is it?
keyboard smash. How do I do it? Just press anything. Whoa. 7?
Alright, well, there you go. Dude, I don't know what that was. I deadass could not tell you what that was supposed to be. What are you supposed to be? We're not supposed to be anything, but I'll tell you what we are. Say it was Sizzle. Say it was Sizzle. I'm Fry. Dude, I can't wait for the Fry zine. Oh my god. Texas Beach reading the keyboard smash is always funny to me, honestly. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting with that, but oh, we sure got something. Alright, but back to the story for real, for real. So the timestamp starts now-ish. Let me write it down. Where is it? Okay, yeah. 2-hour 18 mark? Alright, bet. So we are about to read Vampire in the Corn by theashemarie. Finally, let's go! So apparently this was... It was actually a suggestion that someone on Twitter had given them back then. And yeah, after that, they decided to make it a series of one-shots / two-shots in a long-distance relationship AU. And... oh my god, what just happened? I bit my tongue. That sucks. Anyway, it says, this goes without saying, but please don't punch scare actors. Keep your hands to yourself and don't harm others. Pretty important PSA. The sass with which she said that. Texas speech voice is funny. No worries, Slushy. At least you're here for the chat. Thanks for dropping by. Have a great rest of your night. You sounded like the sped up version of the Micro Machines guy for a second there. I have no clue who that is. But I have hydration and I hope that y'all have some as well. Please get cozy because we are about to begin. And I just want to say thanks for being here, as always. Okay. There are 2 chapters and we're going to be looking at the first one. Okay, let me increase this a tad. There we go. Alright, and I do have, since the title has disappeared, I do have the title to put down here. There we go, are currently reading. For context. And let's get the microphone nice and snug here. Alright, cozy up everybody, because this is chapter 1 of Vampire in the Corn by theashemarie. Much love to them for all their amazing Pearlina content. Okay, so chapter 1 is called Giggling Monsters. All comfy here, we love to see it. I realize my giant head is covering most of this, but I think it's okay. Alright, so it's Halloween and the haunted corn maze is packed. Marina, already jumpy because this corn maze is familiar to her in a bad way, follows her oldest friends through the crowd, and every brush against her sweatered arm feels like sandpaper. She draws her arms as close to her body as she can, and keeps her head down, trying to seem interested as her friends chatter about the theme. Something to do with vampires in their nest, and buy tickets and snoop around the food booths. The truth is that she'd rather be anywhere but here. But she doesn't get to see these friends often. Only about 2 times a year. And she wants to maximize their time. Plus, they come here every year. Much to Marina's chagrin. It's a tradition. So, she buys herself an apple cider and follows her friends into the corn maze, hoping that the drink will keep her distracted. For a while, it works. She wraps her hands tight around the warm cup and sips at it. Feels her fingers tighten when scare actors jump out at her, snarling. There are vampires, zombies, more vampires, ghostly white kids, vampire children, the whole 9 yards, all dressed in tattered clothes with fake blood and makeup painting their bodies. Her friends squeal and skitter away, clutching each other, and then laugh at their own fear. Marina, meanwhile, merely stiffens and shuffles on. The wind ruffles the corn, causes it to ripple into waves, and that makes her stiffen too. She's never quite sure when a scare actor is going to jump out at her, but she tries to keep it cool, for her own sake. The layout of the maze is different every year, which doesn't help Marina's jumpiness. Usually, she leads the pack when they make their way through, but her friends don't like that. Claim she's a buzzkill, so this time she's staying behind, shuffling her feet, trying not to say anything at all. She's intimately familiar with this land, because of how often she's been here, and because of what happened when she was younger. She got lost here once, so hopelessly lost that she curled up in a ball in the corner, and tried to disappear, hiding her face in her knees, even as cries of the terrified and the terrorizers flew over her head. She sat there for hours, tense, too scared to move, crying quietly until a pale woman dressed in a ripped white dress found her and carried her out, returned her to her panicking friends and father. She didn't sleep for 2 weeks after that, and coming back here transports her all the way back to that time, where she's helpless and panicked and can't think, where she's nothing but a ball of instincts with just a cup of apple cider to anchor her. Poor Marina. That's so traumatizing, bro. But she did it for her friends. Until her friends break away from the main pack, following a fork in the road toward a dead end. Marina, who had memorized the map at a glance, knows they're wrong. But she doesn't want to ruin their fun. So she follows them towards the dead end, convinced that they'll just have to turn around and trek back, disappointed by the lack of scares. There's no way they would put a scare actor so far out of the way, and the tension of venturing into an isolated, out-of-the-way place is enough of a fright. In fact, I'm not sure how to do this without being too loud, but anyway, I'm just... Poor Burrito, I know. You know what? I didn't think this through. There is a screen. And it must be done. The immersion. I want apple cider too. Apple cider is a vibe. The tension of venturing into an isolated, out-of-the-way place is enough of a fright. In fact, it is precisely at this moment that a tiny form dives out of the corn with a loud yell right next to Marina. It's so loud that Marina feels it rattle through her skull and the cup falls from her fingers. Her body, hard reset, reacts before she can stop it, and her arm flies out, hand curled into a fist. It makes contact with bone and cartilage. She feels something crunch under her knuckles. Also, oh wait. For those who actually, feel strongly about this, slight profanity warning because it's Pearl. I think that was in the tags. Pearl would do that. That was the cutest yell. No, it wasn't supposed to be cute. But I'll take it. So yeah. For those who ever wanted to hear Pearl, like, continue to drop F-bombs. This is gonna be a little bit fun. I think that was like a long ago stream where I actually like, what's it, played an old clip. I think it was like an old clip of like Arden's uncensored like Pearl dialogue that I got to do. So yeah. Bad words when you may stream Highness. No way. I know, I've kept things like unintentionally clean on the YouTube side for a long time. Just because the fact that like I didn't find content like that, and because my mom was watching. What do I do? I mean, your parents have sailor mouths, but they get offended when you say something anyway. Back to the story though. It makes contact with bone and cartilage, and she feels something crunch under her knuckles. Dang, that's a crazy right hook, Marina.
Oh, fuck!
Cries a high-pitched voice, and for a second Marina is convinced that she just punched out a child, especially because, when she finally manages to focus, she sees the scare actor in all her glory. Tattered, bright pink dress, covered in ruffles, just like the dresses Marina remembers the little Catholic girls wearing as they made their way to church every Sunday. Scuffed patent leather shoes, long blonde hair tied into 2 pigtails with 2 big pink bows. But then she realizes that the dress is also covered with fake blood, and the girl has a pair of giant fangs in her mouth.
Jesus Christ!
The girl continues, pulling her hand away from her nose. There's real blood on it, Marina realizes with a jolt. Oh my god! I'm so sorry! Marina drops down to her knees, reaching out with helpless hands. Doesn't want to touch her again without permission. Did I break your nose?
Did you? No. That was a mean right hook, but my nose is a badder bitch than that. Why the hell did you punch me?
Okay, so this is probably not a child, just going by the language. Plus, Marina is starting to recognize the curves and facial features of an adult the more she watches the girl, woman, vampiress prod at her nose. She moves with sure practice moments as if she's accustomed to pain. Marina pulls her sweater's long sleeves over her fingers, trying to hide in it as well as she can. You scared me. The woman in girl's clothing shoots her an astonished, baleful glance.
I scared you. This is a haunted corn maze. What'd you expect? God, people were just about this, but fucking Christ, I didn't expect it to actually happen. Where did you learn to punch like that?
Marina looks down at her hands. She doesn't answer.
Look, you need to get out of here. I gotta... Shit, there's people coming. Come on.
Suddenly, Marina feels herself yanked up to her feet and dragged, stumbling, into the corn. The scare actor makes a shushing gesture and motions her down into a crouch so that she's hidden. Just beyond the edge of the crops, she can hear another group of people venture too close, and the scare actor leaps out of the corn, snarling. This time, the people scream and jerk away, then laugh at themselves as the girl retreats back into the corn. After they leave, Marina's new acquaintance looks back at her.
It's clear now. You can go. Don't punch anyone else.
Marina moves to stand, but then realizes with a jolt that there's still blood dripping out of the girl's nose. You're bleeding. Pale hand comes up and brushes against the offending liquid.
I guess so. Oh well, it adds to the costume. Get out of here.
Marina scuffs her foot against the ground. But I punched you. And her friends are gone, she's realizing now. But that doesn't matter. Not really. She can always find them again. What does matter is that she needs to make it up to the stranger somehow. You don't just punch someone and leave.
Not the first time a cute girl's punched me. I'll live. You really gotta go.
But, listen. Let me buy you dinner or something. What time do you get off? Marina knows that she's pleading with a guilty voice. She just can't leave. Her conscience won't let her. Plus, there's something about this scare actor that intrigues her. Maybe it's her apparent familiarity with pain and bloody noses, or her rough attitude and language, but Marina can't just walk away. Not now.
Am I really being asked out after being punched?
What? No! I need to make up for punching you.
Oh, well, I mean, I won't say no to free food. I get off at 11.
That's 3 hours from now. Marina sighs and settles back onto her haunches. Fine. I'll wait.
You... what? Girl, you're crazy.
She peers at Marina with small squinted eyes, and Marina stares back, trying to seem steadfast and serious. She must see something intriguing in Marina's face because she merely wipes her nose, smearing the blood, and looks away.
Fine, just stay quiet, I guess.
Fine. I don't like this stuff anyway, Marina says, falling back onto her backside and pulling her knees into her chest. She and the scare actor are currently occupying a small square cut into the corn, probably so that the actors can breathe between jumps. It's an interesting idea, a small pocket of freedom, surrounded by tall, withery stalks, their heads not yet grown in. I don't want to accidentally hurt anyone else if I get startled too bad. Then her manners get the better of her and she adds, I'm Marina, by the way.
I'm Pearl, and I gotta go. Stay down.
Pearl doesn't leap out this time. Merely leans her head out and says in her highest, creepiest voice,
Mommy, have you seen my mommy?
As the girl yells and jumps to hide behind her boyfriend, Marina leans back and tries to make herself comfortable, ignoring how relieved she feels now that she doesn't have to work her way through the rest of the maze. Not the first time, huh? Right? What does that imply? That's so Pearl, for real. I think this is such an interesting AU, honestly. I have a quick break, so I'm gonna get some water. I think this is like... I've read another fic from ADHD that was called New You, but I don't think I've read this one out loud before. It's perfect for like practice that I need for like another upcoming thing I'm doing. But yeah, this is so good. Alright. Ain't that amazing? Oh my god. Not the puns. Alright, not the air bubbles. Anyway. I've gotta sleep. Good night, everyone. Have a great rest of your night and sleep well, Clashers. Stay fresh. At least he caught the first half of everything. Alright. So, there's a break here. And let's continue on. A half hour passes, during which Pearl casts curious, probing glances in Marina's direction. Marina, for her part, sits still and quiet, staring out at the corn with faraway eyes. She's trying to stay calm because there's a slight breeze, and the swaying corn is freaking her out. Plus, Pearl's outfit is a bit disquieting, especially when she pulls out the little girl shtick, and the screams of her victims are quickly worming under Marina's skin. Staying here was probably a bad idea, but where else would she go? She'd have to hang out around the maze anyway, probably just as freaked out. At least here, no one will see her except the stranger in a costume.
You good?
Pearl asks between scares, about 40 minutes into the 3 hours Marina has to wait. She kneels carefully next to Marina, her short dress pulling against her knees, and reaches a hand out carefully to touch her shoulder. It's a ballsy move, especially because Marina just punched her, but Marina doesn't react, just breathes out quietly through her nose. I'm fine, she says into the ripped fabric of her jeans.
You don't look fine.
Marina looks at her then. In the dark, with only the lights of the path filtering through the corn to illuminate them, Pearl's features are almost indistinguishable. Marina can only make out her eyes, small and squinted, a golden brown, and the shape of her nose. Otherwise, she's a blank slate. Still, the squint of her eyes is concerned, and Marina can imagine the line of her mouth, pulled tight in worry. Marina sighs and looks away again. I hate this maze. Pearl's hand falls away.
And then why are you here?
Marina shrugs. My friends like it. We come every year.
Your friends make you come every year even though you don't like it? Dude, they suck. Oh, I'll be right back.
Pearl disappears and Marina sees her shadow, backlit by the lamps on the path, move through the corn, pushing it aside as she creeps up on a group of boys, no older than 15. She steps out behind them and follows them away, until one of them turns around at the dead end. He lets out a shrill, voice-cracking shriek, and his friends follow suit. Pearl lets out a loud cackle, says a nonsense line about getting lost, and dives back into the corn before they can completely recover. As they rush away, Pearl pushes her way back to their little clear-cut square. She doesn't kneel again, just stands over Marina like a small vampire, with her arms crossed over her chest, all her weight on her right leg.
Where'd you learn to punch like that anyway?
Pearl says, voice hushed.
You gotta teach me.
Such a normal thing, set around the fangs in her mouth, that Marina almost forgets where they are for a second. Then she hears a scream nearby and stiffens up again. Loving this fic so far, let's go! Please support them and hopefully you'll read the rest on your own time. We're not friends, Marina says, mumbling into her knees again.
The night is young. We still have over 2 hours.
Pearl laughs and reaches up to adjust her hair. Marina realizes a bit belatedly that she clearly has a wig on her head. She moves the whole thing to the side, recentering it. I punched you, Marina says, finally looking up, just so she can pin Pearl with a disbelieving stare.
How I forgot about that. Like I said, you're not the first.
Pearl waves a nonchalant hand.
Besides, you're interesting. You punched me and then you just sat your ass down right there even though you clearly hated here. Some moral compass you got there. If making it up to me trumps your own comfort. There's not a lot of people out there like that.
Marina sighs and looks back at the corn in front of her. Maybe so, but I made you bleed when you were just doing your job. That was bad of me.
He freaked,
Pearl says, and her hand leads right back on Marina's shoulder.
You shouldn't have come out here. At least you punched me and not someone else. I can take it. Wait, hang on.
She cuts off and her hand disappears. Marina hears her shovel through the corn again. She's so committed to the job. I love that. Alright, Marina hears her shuffle through the corn again. I lost my spot, bro. Marina pulls her legs tighter into her chest, wondering how her evening has come to this. Just 3 hours ago, she was at home, crawling into her tightest jeans and her biggest sweater, staring at herself in the mirror, and telling herself that she wouldn't let her irrational childhood fear get to her. She wasn't going to ruin it for her friends, she told herself, and she was going to enjoy herself. She was going to get over this. Nothing could hurt her in the corn. Nothing could get her. They were all actors, and the shadows that creeped up on her weren't real. Now, though, here she is, curled into the tightest ball she can manage, the button of her jeans digging painfully into her stomach, shoulders ratcheted up to her ears, because she lost her cool and straight up punched someone. And that someone isn't even mad at her. That's the worst part. She wants Pearl to be angry at her, because that'll justify how angry she is at herself, layered under all the fear. But Pearl won't give her that. In fact, it almost seems like she thinks it's cool that Marina decked her, which is so... Honestly, if Marina wasn't so upset, she'd find it intriguing. Interesting, almost endearing, especially because Pearl seems like someone who's used to stuff like this. After all, she's spending her Halloween scaring the piss out of people. Have a great rest of your day, Agent. Stay fresh. This story gives my heart cat purrs. That's such a sweet thing. Good background noise while I'm drawing. I always appreciate y'all having the streams on as background noise. Alright. She probably could just leave. Just get up and wade back to the path, head out the way she came, or ask for an emergency exit. But the truth is that she does feel bad, and she does want to make it up to Pearl. Sure, she wants Pearl to be mad at her, but she also really does want to set things right. And she doesn't know if she'll be able to stick around the maze if she leaves this small, safe spot with its small, safe vampire scare actor. She won't be able to stomach hanging out here once she gets moving again. When Pearl returns, 2 more scares under her belt, Marina hasn't moved, but she says something before she can. I shouldn't be here, huh? Marina mutters as she picks at a frayed string on her jeans. You could get in trouble. Pearl waves a hand again, as if waving away any sort of trouble.
Tonight's the last night and you're being quiet. It's not like you have your phone out. That'd be like a fucking beacon. It's nice to have some company. It's exhausting doing all this scaring, even here in a dead end where only like half of the people come. You're keeping me awake.
It actually makes Marina smile. As if Pearl needs anyone to keep her awake, she's bouncing around like the undead, energetic child that she's dressed up as, screeching with a voice that seems to never tire of the loud, high pitches that it rises to. Immediately, one of Pearl's hands fly out and point right at Marina.
Aha! I knew it! I knew you could smile.
That makes her smile wider still, and suddenly Marina is laughing, almost hysterical, as the stress of the last few hours catches up with her. She lets it take her, loud and from the pit of her stomach, and Pearl grins at her, vampire fangs on full display. Oh god. I'm sorry. Marina breathes as she finally comes down, breathing heavily. I'm a mess. She buries her hands in her face.
Girl, what better place to be a mess than in the middle of a fucking haunted house? You fit right in with all of us bastards hiding in this fucking corn. In fact...
She leans close and drops her voice to a whisper, as if they're co-conspirators in a grand scheme.
You want to help me out? There's literally no better way to get out stress than to scare some poor innocent people. You're asking for it. And you have pent-up energy. Let's play to good use.
Marina feels herself loosen up from her ball. She has no idea why, but Pearl's affable, rowdy energy is infectious, and she can feel it breaking through the barrier her fear erected. Swept up, she lets go of her knees. That's all Pearl needs to see. She grabs Marina's arm and pulls her up, surprising Marina with her strength, and grins at her.
I have the perfect job for you. Come on.
Dude, I love Pearl. You know she would. We're all messes, that's why I gotta stick together. Together. So real. I mean, Pearl doesn't have a song called Dudes Be Sleeping for Nothing. I love the like Halloween autumn theme of this though. Like it's perfect for the season. Like 'tis the season. I always feel so sad once Halloween is over because like it's just not that time of year when like everything's like a little bit, it's getting chillier, but the leaves are like nice like orange and reddish colors, and Sometimes the nights are just they feel mysterious and intriguing. I love that about like the Halloween season. But then when November comes, it's like in this liminal space period between Halloween and Christmas. I don't know. I could describe it a little bit better if I really sat down to think about it, but hopefully, oh man, it kind of sucks that we're like doing all the moving right now because I will make it a priority to play Five Nights, but I think this is another year where I won't be able to do like more scary games. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what we can do, what we can fit in. Yakiri? Hello? Hello? Dudes be fucking sleeping while she's wide awake with the gal all night slash LH. Ayo? Ayo? Anyway. Yeah. I personally, I could get into that on a whole other, like, tangent about why I don't really like the history behind Turkey Day. Like, yeah, it's, growing up black, I mean, that's a day for, like, food, right? Like, you're not gonna turn down, you're not gonna turn down, like, a home-cooked meal or anything, but it's this whole thing that, yeah, people have to learn how to rework. But November, it's this weird like period after Halloween where it's like, oh, I guess we might as well just get to Christmas. Which this alternate universe does go through Christmas and the holidays. The latest chapter is based on a New Year's party and it's so good. Oh my god, no, we're gonna have to continue this. We're gonna have to continue reading this because like, oh my god, I forgot that 3 is a character in here and I love the way they wrote 3. I think in this story, like, 3 is Pearl's best friend. And so it's like, it's just really good. Alright, well, while I pause, let me just get some water for this next part. Now they're putting up the Christmas decorations way too early. I think even Azure was talking about that last stream. It's insane. Like, I'll enjoy it when it's time, when it's proper time. On to the next part though. Marina finds herself stationed a few yards up the path, only a row or two of corn between her and her victims. Because she's not in a costume, she can't show her face or be seen, but that doesn't matter. When anyone heads her way, she's been instructed she's to rustle the corn and make creepy noises. Nothing too loud or scary, but enough to frighten or send curious people further up the path. Then, Pearl will jump out and hit them with a real scare. She's a little jumpy the first time, inexperienced and all, and also still terrified of this corn, especially away from her little square of safety. So she blows it a little. She can't get her voice to work and ends up croaking when she tries to whisper, or whisper saying something toward the path. The small group of teens doesn't notice her, and she almost gives up, but then she sees Pearl just ahead of her, almost completely hidden by the corn, miming a shaking action. Marina squints at her and then realizes what she means. Marina walks down the row, putting on foot in front of the other. Putting one foot in front of the other like she's on a balance beam, and runs her hand along the corn, making it ripple in a way that's clearly not natural. She hears a yelp from the path, and Pearl motions her faster. Carefully, Marina speeds up so that she's almost at a full jog.
The hell was that?
She hears a voice ask, followed by a shushing sound. Marina shoves a little harder at the corn, causing a bigger ripple than before.
There it is!
A different voice cries. Meanwhile, Pearl begins to laugh, a spine-chilling, high-pitched amalgamation of the possessed and a sweet little girl. Something so practiced and controlled that For a second, Marina forgets where she is. She's transported out of the corn and back to the path, where she knows the teens have come to a stop. She can see them, terrified, looking around, trying to pinpoint where that ungodly loud, chiming laugh must be coming from. Pearl has the uncanny ability to throw her voice around, even out here in this acoustic nightmare of an environment, and Marina's trained ear easily identifies the voice of a fellow singer. Somewhere in the back of her unpanicked, logical brain, she feels something click into place, something that she'll have to address later.
Where are you going?
Pearl calls towards the teens in her highest, breathiest voice as soon as Marina lands next to her. The corn sways lightly behind her, unaffected and unconcerned with these shenanigans, correcting itself so that it may continue its slow crawl toward the sky. She sends Marina a bright, toothy smile around her fangs, around the blood and tattered dress, and it's so cheery that Marina's brain almost short-circuits at the dissonance.
I just want to play. Will you be my toys?
Pearl calls again, falling back into character. I love how that sounds like. It sounds like 8 would do this really well too, I'm not gonna hold you. She moves away, stepping over the rows, pushing the corn aside, and Marina sees the teens turn to look in the direction of her voice. They're all bundled up now, clutching to each other for safety, with the boys in front in some teenage bravado contest, and they watch, with eyes as wide as the moon, as Pearl giggles again and launches herself out of the corn at them. They screech, all 6 of them, and streak away, still in their small clutch of hands and legs, heads covered in beanies, Letterman jackets pulled tight.
Fuck this, Jerry!
A girl yells. Pearl and Marina watch them go from their different spots in the corn, and when they're out of earshot, Marina finally lets loose again. Sorry, I can't help but laugh. She laughs deep from her gut and tries to keep quiet because she knows there's got to be more people coming, but she can't help it. God, that felt good.
Told you.
Pearl appears next to her looking smug.
Let's go again. This time, can you laugh like I did? I want to trick him. Make him think that there's a lot of us out here.
Marina coughs because that laugh was hard, and the cold air is ripping up her throat, but she feels like she's jostled something loose now. She nods once. I'll do my best. Oh man. The giggles work perfectly. Marina crouches halfway up the path between the dead end and the corner that they must turn to come this way. And once they pass, she waits approximately 7 seconds before cupping her hands around her mouth and letting out her loudest, silliest giggle. The kind of giggle that you'd expect out of a 2-year-old getting the best birthday present of their life. It always makes the maze explorers jump, makes them curse, makes them rush further down the path toward Pearl, who's waiting just inside the corn. As they move, Pearl begins her own giggles, projecting them out with that super voice of hers. They seem to be coming from everywhere, and it always makes the guests freeze and clump together, grabbing each other for reassurance. Sometimes, while Pearl distracts them, Marina steals across the path behind them and dives into the corn on the other side of the path. Often, someone from the group hears this and sees the ruffled corn from her movement, which scares them even more. Then, Marina starts the laughter again, causing them to turn around and focus on her. That's when Pearl sets up from her pounce. Pearl has a penchant for the dramatics, but she's a scare actor in a haunted corn maze on Halloween night, so it just makes Marina laugh. Sometimes she whispers something to them and lunges at them from the corn before falling back. Other times, she pokes her head out slowly, face hidden by her long pigtails, and then jerks up with a scream, teeth bared. Sometimes she just silently steps out of the corn and watches them, with a slack-jawed stare. Only when they try to step closer to get a better look that she scares them, lurching into a hiss. Regardless of what she does, she always gets the screams and jumps she's looking for. They send countless people rushing back up the path this way. Every time is a rush for Marina. She actually finds herself relaxing, finds herself enjoying this. finds herself ignoring the other screams coming from other parts of the maze, finds herself becoming more comfortable amongst the darkness and the corn. Pearl can clearly see how relaxed Marina is becoming. She's good at reading people. Marina is realizing, considering how quickly she put together everything tonight, and that makes her bolder, makes her ham it up even further, as if she was holding back earlier because she didn't want to freak Marina out more. She throws her body into her undead lurches, rushes forward with a blinding speed Marina's never seen before, and giggles and screams with her whole chest. It's almost like Marina's watching her slowly fall victim to possession. Except after every scare, she looks back at Marina and grins this huge, cheery, proud grin. "You like having help, huh?" Marina asks after they scare off another group, and Pearl sends her another smile. Pearl shrugs and moves to get into position again.
It's nice to have someone here to watch. Most people don't stick around to see me work, you know? You're a masterpiece, my scares.
Marina chuckles but doesn't answer because she needs to crouch and prepare to scare again. Pearl does have a point though. It's a blast watching her. Each scare is a little different from the last, and she's clearly having a great time. Marina imagines that if she liked this kind of thing, Pearl will provide the best scare of the night. Aw, isn't that sweet? Aw, the corn is bringing them together. I know, right? For the last hour, they barely talk. Two in the groove, they focus on their act, fall into a rhythm that has them reading each other without much effort. Marina laughs or giggles out in time with Pearl's, purposefully creating a discordant sound that clashes against the ear. This creates even more uneasiness, especially when they stand close and laugh breathlessly, like two small children on the playground. One time, toward the end of the hour, Pearl pulls Marina close and hisses,
See this with me. Come play with us.
They drive that group purposefully close to the dead end, and when Pearl stalks out, right in front of them, and says her line, Marina says it too, from just behind her, hidden in the corner. She keeps her voice low, keeps it quiet, and focuses hard on matching Pearl's sing-song phrasing with pitches of her own. But she purposefully keeps the notes close, creates clashing notes that set their teeth on edge. They and Pearl shift like that, using their voices to do a lot of the build-up, and then Pearl throws her body out for the final blow. By the end, Marina is exhausted and sore, arms scratched up from the corn, jeans and boots dusty, sweater sleeves stretched from being shoved up above her elbows. Her hair is falling out of the intricate bun she piled it into hours ago, but she doesn't mind. For the first time in years, she actually feels relaxed here in the corn maze. Makes me want to go to one. Never been to one, only like a haunted house. So cool. New scare duo. Don't get shook. Stay off the hook. I love that. I really do. Also, thank you for the follow, Blocky Beats. Well, come on in. Okay. Where are we? Yeah. She actually feels relaxed here. Like, that's so sweet, because Pearl ends up becoming a safe person for her. Like, doing something like that, it's like, it seems like it's the opposite of relaxing, right? But they were committed to the beat, like, not to the beat, to the bit. I love English. They're committed to the bit and like to their craft, and they found that joy of performing together, and they don't even know that they're musicians yet. Like, this story is so layered, bro. I'd love to go to one too. Man, I gotta find out. I know they do hay rides in my area, but I don't know if they have corn mazes for real, for real. They need like, technically farmland, I suppose?
Oh, great job.
Pearl cries as she claps her on the back. For relief, another small woman dressed in a similar outfit meets them in the clear-cut section, and Pearl waves off her questions about Marina, telling her that she better focus because it's still busy, even now after 11. Pearl leads Marina away from the main path, through a thin course cut through the corn. Marina watches her feet closely because they only have the light of the moon to navigate with, and she makes sure to stay close to Pearl because no matter how relaxed she is, she does not want to get lost out here. That'd be the end of her. Eventually, they emerge in an area that Marina's never seen before. They're backstage, where scare actors run around with half-complete makeup or missing costumes. Marina, eyes wide, can only stare as a zombie shambles past on a cell phone. Pearl says,
You probably shouldn't be back here. Go that way.
She points toward a tall, ramshackle wall with one door in it. Marina can see bright lights on the other side, so that must be the front.
I'll meet you in 10, okay? Then we can get out of here. I'm starving.
Pearl spears toward one of the tents set up a couple yards away. Marina has no choice but to follow her instructions. She steps lightly toward the door, head down to keep unwanted eyes away, and emerges back into the world beyond the maze. The wait isn't all that bad. Marina gets another apple cider because her throat is dying now that she's no longer out in the maze. And she nurses it quietly, watching as the line, still long, filters into the maze in small clumps. The groups are spaced out with about 30 seconds between them, which enables the scare actors to reset between scares and allows each group to feel like they have the whole maze to themselves. Marina shifts uncomfortably at the thought, happy to be out of there.
Let's bounce.
Pearl cries as she slams out of the door. Gone is the makeup, the costume, and the fangs, replaced with similarly ripped jeans to Marina's own, and a bright pink hoodie. Her actual hair is blonde, but it's bright, platinum, and cut into a ragged bob that had to be done at home. For a second, Marina tries to picture it, Pearl in the mirror with a blunt pair of scissors, focusing hard, and the thought makes her chuckle.
What's so funny, huh?
Pearl looks up at her, tucking some hair behind her ear, hitting Marina with the first unhindered, clear look at her face that she's gotten. Ooh. 3 things happen. 1, she takes note of the piercings, eyebrow, lip, multiple in her ears, that definitely weren't there before. They give her a certain edge that doesn't match the cheery, attentive person she met in the maze, but they also are so undeniably Pearl that Marina quickly writes them off. 2, Marina feels her stomach climb its way up, using her ribs for monkey bars because Pearl is cute. Pearl has a small furrow between her eyes, and Marina can't quite feel her breath in her chest because she's so taken by the sight of it, by the sight of her face, scrunched up with worry. She's attractive, and that does not bode well because... 3. Marina knows Pearl. She recognizes her, is familiar with the curve of her face, and the dip of her clavicle, and those lips. Oh god, she knows the face so well. She feels her own face heat up, and one hand comes up, without permission, to cover her mouth.
Marina?
Pearl reaches a concerned hand out, but aborts, probably thinking that touching her without permission again wouldn't be wise. Not here back in the world of light, back in the world of non-vampires and mortals. Her hand falls just as quickly as it came out. May? Marina croaks. Pearl doesn't say anything for a long beat, just long enough that Marina begins to think that she got it wrong. Maybe Pearl just has a look-alike or something. Maybe...
Fuck.
Pearl groans. And I love how the notes say, Happy Halloween, be safe. That's the end of chapter 1. Ooh. Apparently they have history. Legit, someone who works to make you comfortable like that is green flag behavior. Exactly. Punk Pearl is peak. Exactly. Oh no, she's hot. I mean, have you seen Pearl in those like leather pants and the chains with the piercings? Like, honestly, paved the way for the Splat 3 style that we have now with the ripped leggings. For real, for real. Oh my god. So I don't think the ADHD uses Twitter as often anymore, but they are on Tumblr, and I'll go ahead and share that. Alright, so that took about, like, honestly, I want to say another good, like, hour. I think the music just finished. It just finished and it looped for the first time since we were taking our time with it. Yeah, I think this whole, like, this is divided between 2 chapters and the whole thing is 9k words, so I just read like 4.5k of them. Oh man, how are we feeling, everybody? I have like so much energy right now. It's probably because I ate a bunch of ginger before this. This makes me want to draw them interacting. I need to draw them more often. Yeah, Pearl and Marina peak ship. Like, they have so much history. People who are patient with your anxious thoughts and help you through them are goated. Exactly. I wonder if my kudos are somewhere here. I don't even see them. Can I give them already? You have already left kudos here, but you just can't see. I can't see my name though. That felt lively. It really was. The characters feel so real, and their internal monologue and their actions and their worries, their fears. It's all like it's also visceral. Like you feel like you really, I don't know, like you're really you're not interacting with them. You're watching them from the outside, right? But you feel like you know so much about them that you can understand their character so deeply because of how it's written. Just woke up after an epic convention weekend. Loving this to start the week post-con. Oh, I hope you had a great convention, Aquila. Welcome on in. Yeah, I miss Pearl. I miss Marina so much. Side order is gonna get here real quick. You're gonna blink and we're gonna be like, oh man, the wait's over already. No way, no shot. Lovely, sleepy, and mellow and snuggly. Aw, it's adorable. It is nice. Ah, man. So, question is that the end of it? Do we do a part 2 in another stream? Do we keep reading? How do we feel? Honestly, I feel like the night could go either way. I have a little bit of time left. But honestly, the choice is up to y'all. We ended on a bit of a cliffhanger. The vibes were so good that they were making me tired. I had to swap to playing more games to keep myself awake. Oh man, it's working just as intended. Cool with whatever. I wonder if we have everyone back for the next stream, there'll probably be some people who like didn't catch up on this part, and I feel like, yeah, maybe they'll have to rewatch the VOD and to be continued. I'm personally fine with what everyone else wants. I love how I just like, okay, reboot. I'm perfectly fine with what everyone else wants. Your good narration skills is years of practice. Thank you. Oh man, I'm glad to get some more practice in because I do have to do a longer commission very soon. That's gonna be interesting. Just been lurking and playing the messenger. I have no idea what that is, but what's up, Candescence? For next stream, we actually have a couple of ideas. We have, I don't know if we'll get to do it like very soon, but we have the like indie game stream ideas, the like nostalgia cartoon stream ideas, anime recommendation idea. Could be like another chatting thing. I don't know if there's another interesting Splatoon challenge coming up that I want to do though. Because the last one we did, we just did inkjets for everybody. Or what was that? What was it called? Yeah. That was the last thing that we did before this. And their movie date night would definitely be Barbie. Oh, you know it. So real, especially because I think Alice did like two short videos where she did like Barbie movie song covers. Yeah. Okay, well, to end things, let me go ahead and do a poll. Let me see what that would be like. And this music is nice and relaxing. I can hear it more when I'm like not talking. Alright, you have a poll coming up. I'll leave it up for, let's see. Duration will do like 3 minutes. So check the chat if you want to vote on this. Did we continue with chapter 2 or save for next stream? Ooh woo. Okay. It is there. Alice rapping as Barbie though. Yeah, like that was the Ice Spice song, right? I haven't listened to much from Ice Spice, but he has a cool voice. It is a 2D indie platformer. Oh, I do love and appreciate our indie titles. You know what I just remembered? I started Hollow Knight with Marina and just fucking forgot about it. I even got art of, oh my god, wait, I can show you all that because oh my god, I just forgot about it. I never did anything to continue because I was like, oh, I should stream this because it's gonna take forever to make it a let's play. So many projects on the back burner. It's like kind of crazy, but I will show this. Do I have the artist name? I hope so because I don't remember their Twitter. I usually save commissions with the artist name. Is it here? Did I even save it? No, it's in my drive. It's not here. It's in like a drive I don't have access to right now. But yeah, I got no, I do have it. I do. I literally just remembered that from like a semi-related message, but this is by Xanth_Hollow on Twitter. She's so pretty, but god, I never did anything with this. There's like I think I got 2 commissions from them and I never actually got around to featuring. Where's my artist text thingy? Yeah, it's good that I like saved the username because it's a cute art style. And like, look at this. Marina would be an indie developer, not exactly. Like, I know she was really into that one Fresh Fish game that was like sponsoring that Knight vs Wizard Splatfest. She's good at engineering. She's good at like designing the shifty stations for real though. It felt weird not jumping on the Barbie hype. Honestly, I think they brought it back. I don't know if it's a States only thing. They brought it back into IMAX for 1 week. But I mean, after we saw it, I guess I didn't really think about it too much. I guess I was hyped for like a week and then I was like, okay, on to other stuff. Who would cosplay as a Hornet? Little Buddy, I guess? He's too small though. Maybe Little Judd? Maybe 4. I don't know. Alright, but let's see. The poll is finished. Wait, I'm so shook actually. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it is undeniably a very juicy and interesting story. So The poll won with continue now. 6 votes to the 3 that said until the next stream. To be fair, I guess this makes it like cohesive for like when you want to just replay the whole thing back at some point. To anyone who actually like looks at the VODs on the VOD channel, I appreciate you so much. Rena would kill it with coding. Absolutely. Surprise results. I know, I didn't expect that. But yeah, maybe someday this art will see the light of day. The other commission that I got from this person, they're really, really amazing. You know, it's around the time that I got the art done for the scary story reading stream, which that's something we have to do again because I haven't done that since 2020. Crazy. It's like been so long. This was another commission, I believe, from the same person. I don't think I've ever like had this up anywhere. But yeah, good stuff. If you want to find their Twitter and follow them, I think, I'm not sure, but like just like a brief warning anyway. There might be like 18 plus stuff there, but I can't remember. Anyway, just a word of caution for those who aren't like, you know, comfy with that kind of stuff. But alright, let me go ahead and stretch actually. Let me go ahead and prepare myself because I think this next part, oh, it's gonna hit me in the feels emotionally, I think. I wonder if Marina would make a Splatoon horror game. Well, what would it be like? Probably something with fresh fish, I'm not gonna lie. Or maybe, when you think about it, Octo Expansion has a little bit of horror. Maybe something that's like got the setting of Labyrinth Station. Anyway, let me get that stretch real quick. Have a good night, Pariah. Thank you for coming through. Stay fresh. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll also get some water since I am up. There's a Splatoon horror fan game about dead fish called Dead Zone. I'm gonna have to look that up later. Okay. Octo Expansion captures a feeling of emotional darkness and light at the same time. That is so true. It's like conquering those inner battles, just like in Agent 3. let's go on to chapter 2. Alright, so after this part, yeah, this part is 5k words. I'll probably be zonked, so hopefully we'll all be drifting off to sleep after this. But yeah, I'm emotionally invested at the moment, so I'm honestly still pretty excited. But here is chapter 2 of Vampire in the Corn. So we just ended the first chapter with Marina finding out, or not even just finding out, realizing that she knows Pearl from somewhere. And we're about to find out, like, what that lore is, what it entails. Alright, so chapter 2 is called Diner Girls. And have a great rest of your night, Tyrannosaurus. Thank you for stopping by. Stay fresh. Alright, so chapter 2, Diner Girls. The rideshare to the diner is quiet, like there's death between them. Their driver, a 40-something with a playlist that's begging for drums, tries to make small talk, but Marina and Pearl sit in silence on opposite ends of the bench seat. Eventually, the driver clams up and Marina breathes out and fiddles with her phone, texting her friends to let them know she's okay. Pearl, meanwhile, stares out the window, head leaned into her palm. Her breath fogs up the window, and for some reason, when Marina sees it, she finds herself fascinated by it, by that small puff of breath. Poor driver, just trying to get his tip. Oh man. Back at the maze, Pearl requested that they not talk about how Marina recognized her. Something about past life and moved on and don't want anyone overhearing, and Marina obliged her. She followed Pearl toward the parking lot, and it was only once they arrived, staring out at the sea of cars, that they realized neither one of them had a ride.
I'll call an Uber.
Pearl muttered as she swiped her phone open.
I'll pay since you're getting dinner.
Which led to them waiting 15 minutes in complete silence, the pulsing music from the maze beating on their kidneys. Kidneys specifically, though. Pearl sat on the ground, legs crossed, and picked at the grass. Marina, after minute 5 of waiting, dropped to sit next to her, sweater pulled back over her palms. Now that they were away from the maze and all those people, she was starting to get cold, and the wind blew right through her. Pearl gathered handful after handful of grass, ripping it out and allowing the wind to take it right out of her palm. With one handful, she peeked at Marina and reached over and dropped the grass right on the broad expanse of her thigh. Marina blinked at it, remembering a youth spent in blistering summers, where she would sit under trees and pass handfuls of grass to her friends, just like that. An offering of chlorophyll and nothing more. Marina still smiles at it, and feels her face heat up in a blush when Pearl smiles back at her. Other than that, they don't interact until they get to the diner. Marina climbs out of the car first, and holds the door open for Pearl as she slides and clambers after her. The dinner isn't quite deserted. God, I love English. The diner isn't quite deserted. A result of the holiday and the fact it's only 11:30. A waitress with an undercut and a pair of striped purple and green socks leads them to a booth where they slip across the cracked vinyl seats and stare at the menus with single-minded focus, neither wanting to bring up the tension thickening between them. In the middle of the table is a small fake daisy in a plastic vase, and Pearl begins to poke at it. These wholesome acts of small kindness, yeah. After they order, Marina, stuffed French toast. Oh, so based. I've gotta like break the immersion. So, ooh, so good. Not me thinking about food. I'm like in shambles right now. After they order, Marina, stuffed French toast, Pearl, a fat burger with bacon, a white American cheese, and mushrooms. They stare everywhere except at one another. Marina swirls her straw around in her water glass, and Pearl draws small images in the sticky, see-through tablecloth with the condensation from her glass. Every couple seconds, Marina steals glances at Pearl, trying to connect her with the girl she remembers. The face is the same, if not older, but her hair is way shorter, still the same bleached color that had to cost a fortune to maintain, especially because her eyebrows are dyed an identical shade. She's wearing less makeup now, but that might have to do with the fact that she just scrubbed her face clean, and her posture doesn't quite match the Hime that Marina knew. She's slouching, fidgeting, scowling. Great, now I'm hungry for burgers. Pain. Pain, Peckle.
Alright, fuck it.
Pearl declares. And there's that language again. Once again, Marina feels something misfire as the expectation of her memory misaligns with the present. For a second, she second guesses herself because she could be wrong. This girl might not be Hime Hozuki, but...
I stopped going by Hime when I was 18.
Pearl continues, pushing her glass aside so she can lean her elbow into the table.
Well, either we went to school together, or my memory really sucks, but I feel like I'd remember someone like you.
She gives Marina an up-down of a look, as if analyzing her. It makes Marina shift uncomfortably. Makes sense you don't remember me, Marina answers. And it does. She wasn't exactly the most vocal 14-year-old, especially when faced with a girl that both excited and terrified her. You were right. We were in school together. I was a freshman when you were a junior. I transferred out after the fall semester, though. It's all true. What she leaves out, though, Hime Hozuki was Marina's first and only crush. Back when she was dangerously fragile and denying the weird, fiery feelings that ignited in the kiln of her stomach. Oh man, hold on. Okay. Alright, I'm good now. All this overthinking over hearing American burger. Oh man, you can... Honestly, aren't burgers pretty universal? You can get them in any corner of the world, right? But that lore, yo... First and only crush, bro. Here we are. Where is the thick of it now? Hime was a safe infatuation. A girl 3 years her senior who had no idea Marina existed. She represented everything that Marina desperately wanted. Confidence and self-assurance. As the wealthiest kid in school, she also had this thick bubble that protected her from everything. Even as she moved gracefully from class to class, flexed those soft lips into equally soft smiles, and watched the world pass her by with a patience that matched perfectly with her baby pink clothing. Of course, Marina's memory is idealized. She knows that much. Hime Hozuki became exactly what she needed. A safe outlet to write love letters to late at night. Deep under the covers with a flashlight held between her shoulder and ear. A distant figure that was so aggressively straight that Marina never need worry about anything coming of her deep, terrifying feelings. Pearl says, and Marina has to keep thinking of her that way. This is Pearl, not Hime, no matter how much their faces match. Pearl, not Hime, lets out a small chuckle.
I can't believe you remember me. That was so long ago.
It was. 5 years is a long time. Especially because in that time, Marina's moved at least twice, and now she's in college, studying music against her family's wishes, with a small following for her tracks online. She's far removed from the tiny freshman who panicked over a girl smiling at her. especially because she hasn't experienced anything like that since. No other crushes on anyone of any gender, and she'd pretty much just given up on that whole thing. She was focusing on school for now, after all. Aggressively straight, huh? Yeah, or at least maintaining that image. So this is, yeah, these are memories of Pearl from the past, Neko. I'm hungry now, but it's like 3 a.m. and I don't want to wake anybody. I've been in that same situation so many times. But still, it wasn't like she could just forget Hime Hozuki, not after all the energy Marina had funneled into watching her from across the cafeteria. Oh, well, you were the talk of the school. Everyone idolized you. Pearl scowls then, a deep, ugly thing, and sits back with her arms crossed.
Don't remind me.
She glares down at the table, as if she could bore holes in it with the force of her glare alone.
I hated it at that stupid school. Everyone expected me to be all prim and proper. If I even so much as frowned, it got back to my father and I.
She lets out a small breath and slouches a little.
Listen, I'm not that snooty little bitch anymore, okay?
She leans forward as if she has to convince Marina of this, as if Marina can't see for herself how much she's changed.
That wasn't me. I was trying to please my parents and I don't know. I thought that if I became what they wanted, everything would be easy.
Pearl snorts at herself and reaches for a drink.
What an idiot I was.
As Pearl sucks on her straw, gulping down soda in a way that makes her throat move in waves, Marina looks down at the table. Thinking back now and wading through the rose-colored infatuation, it really did seem like Hime was miserable in a lot of ways. She barely had any close friends, just an entourage that acted as a buffer between her and the world. And she never did any extracurriculars, just floated from class to class and then disappeared into a dark car every afternoon as soon as the bell rang. She never read, never talked about hobbies or TV, or movies or video games or sports, and she never ever offered information about herself. At the time, it just added to the mystique, but now, sitting in front of Pearl after a night where she screamed her guts out and chased people through the dark for the fun of it, Marina realizes how stifled she must have been. Oh my god. Yeah, that hits. It's 4 a.m. on my end. Oh my god. EST gang. Are you okay? Neko, that was chapter 1. We're past that. Pearl got off of her shift as a scare actor, so you're gonna have to go back, through the VOD, and I will, like, timestamp that on the Twitter post until it's on the VOD channel. It'll probably take, like, several weeks because I gotta catch up. Alright, so let's see. Where were we? After Marina realizes how stifled she must have been. I'm sorry, Marina mumbles. Her phone vibrates and she turns it upside down on the table, hiding the screen. She owes Pearl all her attention, especially after the years she spent absent-mindedly thinking about her. I didn't realize you were so miserable.
What are you apologizing for? Nothing you could have done as a puny little freshman. I was so wrapped up in my own drama. Probably better you left.
She laughs at herself again, spinning her straw to create a small cyclone.
You didn't get to see the Great Rebellion of senior year.
She says it with such gravitas that it begs the capitals and grins at Marina.
You ever see a young socialite completely lose it in the middle of English class? I mean, we were reading The Great Gatsby, and I just lost it. Crying everywhere, snot. I couldn't breathe. I cut my own hair that night. Mom had a fit, but what you gonna do? That's how moms are. Dad, though.
She lets out a low whistle.
But enough about me.
Pearl sits back again.
I'm just glad glad I didn't meet you in some other way. High school is safe. But you can forget all that Hime crap. I'm Pearl now. And you're Marina. Who are you now, Marina?
Marina isn't prepared for this. It's not like she expected to be faced with a laid-back, friendly, if not a little rough version of her past crush. I'm in college.
Still figuring it out, huh?
Pearl grins and Marina swears that she feels a foot nudge against hers. It's a respectful, encouraging nudge.
Me too.
Yeah. Pearl smiles at her again, but this time it's soft. Marina recognizes the smile because she's seen it before. Countless times. But unlike the ones from her past, it's genuine and reaches all the way up her cheeks.
Anyway, where did you learn to punch? Oh, food's coming. Thank God. My stomach's trying to eat its way out.
Their server reappears, and they don't talk again until the food is done. ESD gang is fine. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Tallulah. Welcome on in. Senior year, I can relate to that. So real. Alright, give me just a second. Chat, for whatever reason, there's been a moth bugging me for like, I think it's been probably for the last 5 minutes, and I've tried to play it off, but like, honestly, if I could, wait, maybe I can do that. I need to set up a light so that it will stop bothering me, because I guess the what's happening, I don't even know how it got in here, but what's happening is that the screen from the computer is so bright that moths are attracted to light. Why me? How did it get in here, bro? Alright. Give me another second. The pain is so real. Just a silly little guy. Kinda. Alright, I don't know if this will help. I can only pray that it does. But thankfully my plant lights should be bright enough. I just turn on all the other lights in here too, because when you have like a dark room with just little, it's probably not even good for my eyes, but you know what? Fuck it, we ball. I'll turn on the other lights and then maybe I'll just go over there. Everyone chant Mothman, no! They'll summon it back. Don't do that. Alright, well anyway, on to the next part of the story. I love the character interactions, like, it feels like a coming of age movie. Okay. Here we are. While they eat, Marina tries to focus on her food. Of course, she fails massively because this has been one of the strangest nights of her life. And because Pearl is right there, noshing on her burger like it's the first thing she's eaten in years. Just this morning, Marina woke up on her friend's couch, intent on making this the least traumatizing Halloween of her life. And here she is now, sitting across from her former crush at a diner at midnight because she punched said crush in the nose in the middle of a haunted corn maze. Oh, and she actually helped said crush scare the living hell out of hundreds of people. It's just that when she thought about Hime Hozuki, usually late at night, staring up at her dark ceiling while her sister snored so loudly next door, Marina wouldn't be able to sleep if she wanted to, She never imagined her like this. Pierced like a pincushion, hair jagged from blunt scissors, ripped jeans and overly large hoodie. Still pink, thank God. At least that hasn't changed. Sloshing and stuffing food into her face like a caveman. When she tried to imagine Hime Hozuki today, a passing thought experiment, she always imagined her lounging near a pool, or standing at a podium making a grand speech, or on a horse. She never imagined this. But here she is. She chews with her mouth closed, she cranes her jaw open wide to fit the whole burger in, and when she stuffs fries in, she barely chews before swallowing. Oh my god. She's a far cry from the pristine princess that Marina remembers. But then she'd never seen Hime eat before. Her mental image is just being overridden, and it's the funniest thing. She always spent her lunch talking with friends, or her boyfriend of the week, tossing her long blonde hair over her shoulder in a way that made it look incredibly soft. The lesson here, of course, is to not idolize people. Marina isn't dense, she's put that together, but it's hard to reconcile her years of memory training with the reality in front of her. Pearl is a rough, rowdy woman, nothing like the girl she used to be. But isn't Marina the same? She's a far cry from the obedient little girl her father worried over. Hell, she hasn't seen her dad in 6 months, and she's studying something her father directly objects to. He wants her to focus on computer science, but her heart isn't in it. Sure, she likes tinkering and hacking, legally as far as her dad is concerned, but music is where her passions have angled her. Putting together a track, creating synths on her keyboard, stitching it all together. That's a lot like hacking. Hacking the human ear, the beat of instruments, the emotions that live in the body. So where does that leave her? As she watches Pearl eat, Pearl fears her ears. Pearl feels her eyes and looks up. She wipes her face surreptitiously with her napkin when she sees Marina watching, and then nudges her plate toward Marina, offering her a fry. Marina, moved by some unknown force, plucks one up and chews through it, enjoying the crunch. Pearl beams at her and focuses back on her food, clearly too hungry to be distracted for long. In that moment, Marina lets go of the past. She lets go of the memories, of the thought experiments, of the expectations, and she takes Pearl in fully. No more individual parts, just Pearl in all her rough glory. She sees Pearl as a stranger, not as the girl of her past, and that helps. It also complicates things. Because as previously mentioned, Pearl is cute, and Marina's stomach is doing that twisty thing that it hasn't done in years, especially when Pearl looks up again and smiles around her burger again. Marina, completely convinced that she wasn't like that, finds things complicating, like the crunch of glass as a baseball sails through the neighbor's window. Oh no, she's in denial, but Marina, we know what you are. She finds herself with a baseball bat, watching the trajectory of the ball, feeling her guts melting together and twisting like saltwater taffy. She feels a shatter in her teeth. She has 2 choices now: run before the neighbors catch her, or stand tall and face the consequences. I heard that vine boom. There was a soccer versus baseball Splatfest, unironically. We know what you are, yeah. Oh wow, look at that. Alright, on to the next part. Marina puts all that away. That's something for her journal. For 3 in the morning, for a mumbled rush into her sister's ear when she's so exhausted she's drunk with it. This small flame of something, of feelings, of interest, of terror will live inside her like the Olympic torch. Weak but still lit, until she can decide what to do with it. For now, she has other things to deal with. Once they've eaten their fill and Marina's asked for a to-go box, they peruse the desserts. Pearl taps her finger on the menu and beat to the song from the radio on the counter, and Marina, distracted by it, watches her. Watches as she mouths the words to the song while reading the menu. A skill that Marina's seen only a few people master. That reminds her of the maze, of Pearl's incredible voice, of the questions that she felt warm up, half-formed, to hide in the surfaces of her skull. Ooh. I wonder if it was surfaces or crevices. I can't tell which one was meant for. Do you sing? Marina blurts, which makes Pearl glance up.
Yeah, how do you...
I do too, Marina admits. She places her menu down, mostly because she just had what amounted to dessert for her meal. I'm studying music in school. Your voice is very impressive.
Thanks. I'm in a band, but you probably wouldn't like it. It's not exactly academic.
Marina knows a tease when she hears one, and she leans forward, placing her chin in her hands. My music isn't exactly academic either. I'm a vocal major, but I make tracks on the side. You ever hear of SoundCloud? YouTube?
Yeah?
Pearl leans close too, elbows on the table.
What's your username? I'll look you up.
Marina, suddenly feeling very silly, hesitates. Pearl sees it and backs off, which brings Marina so much relief it deflates her.
Well, if you want to look us up, my band is called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It's punk. If you use headphones, turn the volume down.
Marina makes a mental note of that, nods and leans back again. I'll give it a listen. You really getting dessert? Aren't you full?
Listen,
Pearl pinned her with a strong pointer finger.
my stomach is a black hole.
Marina laughs and ignores her phone's vibrating. Well, I can't blame you. Oh, that's scaring. How'd you end up doing that anyway? Pearl shrugs and looks back at the menu.
Gotta make rent somehow, right?
Anyway, like, real talk, the band name it's called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Like, man. It feels like environmentalist commentary at the same time. It's, like, so fitting for Pearl to just, like, make it super grunge. I'm using that. Honestly, yeah, I've always heard people say, like, I have a stomach for, like, the main course and a separate dessert stomach. But yeah, real. That strikes Marina right between the eyes, because as hard as she's trying to remove Pearl from her past as Hime, she can't do it completely. Oh no. Uh-oh. But, she hears her voice say without permission, what about your parents? Pearl shrugs again and snaps the small menu closed.
I see them on Sundays. Dad funnels money into my account every 2 weeks, calls it my allowance, because it makes him feel like he's fulfilling his righteous fatherly duties. I try not to touch it unless I have to. Mom tells me to treat it like a college fund.
Pearl snorts, crossing her arms over her chest again.
As if I'm ever going back.
Sorry, Marina says, and she means it. She knows what it's like to feel disconnected from your parents, even if you still talk regularly. It's all an act of cordiality, of a shared past and genes that don't really amount to much in the present. I haven't seen my father in 6 months. We don't get along. Pearl grimaces in sympathy.
Sucks. All the girls with distant fathers.
She raises her empty glass in a small toast and throws back a piece of ice. Marina matches her toast and sips carefully at the water pool at the bottom. In the end, Pearl orders a slice of pumpkin pie with a
"It's the season,"
and the server brings 2 forks, so they split it. As they munch, they talk about safe things, like the giant hurricane in the Atlantic, or any dogs that they see past the window. It feels natural to talk like this, like they're 2 old friends, and they speak with ease, without a smidge of awkwardness. It's so easy that Marina doesn't notice that the pie is almost gone, until Pearl offers her the last bite. She pushes it back toward her, claiming to be full, and Pearl happily scoops it up. Satisfied, she leans back and lets out a small burp. and she covers her mouth, wide-eyed, and squeaks out a fast and embarrassed,
Excuse me.
something about that gets Marina good, and she laughs right in Pearl's face. Here they are, spilling their guts and eating messily, after a night that began with a punch, and Pearl is apologizing and embarrassed for burping after a giant meal? Marina laughs, loud and long, and Pearl watches her with an unreadable soft expression, as if she's known Marina for years, and is pleased to see her laughing. That's so adorable, bro. I can't believe, like, this whole, like, scene with them, it's like a movie. And it's written out like, it's just written out like such a natural moment in life. I can't, bro. It's so good. They're so cute. Stop. And that's really good narration and description, for real. Really organic, yeah. Slice of life anime in text form. Nailed it. Alright. When the check comes, Pearl slaps her credit card into the tray before Marina can. Hey! Marina begins.
Let Pop Hozuki pay.
Pearl says, smiling widely. She taps the credit card, the name bright white against the black background. Hime Hozuki.
That's the least he can do. After his daughter basically kidnapped you.
Marina laughs again. If I remember correctly, I physically assaulted you while you were doing your job.
Nope.
Pearl shoots back.
You were protecting yourself from me, the kidnapper, and then I dragged you into the corn. You stayed because you developed Stockholm Syndrome. Have you ever seen Beauty and the Beast? It's like that.
That movie is not about Stockholm Syndrome. Stop watching YouTube think pieces.
Oh, you're a smarty, huh? Got that big brain because you go to college? Excuse me, some of us only have YouTube. The internet is my teacher.
Marina, feeling warm and impossibly full, can't fill her face because of how wide she's been smiling. Fine, fine. If I let you pay, will you please?
Done.
Pearl grabs up the check and bounces to her feet.
Let's blow this place.
Marina follows her and watches over her shoulder as if she pays at the counter. There was no if in that sentence. Marina follows her and watches over her shoulder as she pays at the counter. As she inserts her card into the chip reader, Marina looks away to avoid seeing any sensitive information, and when she's done, they make their way out together. Kidnapping and assault, the start of every great relationship /J. Amazing. That's Tangled, not Beauty and the Beast. Hello. Wait a minute, give me a sec, because so technically this is a human AU. It's Pearlina, it's Pearl Marina, but they're human. So I feel like it's funny because everyone's like, wait, is this y'all, a fanfic can be whatever you want it to be. They're so fruity, I know. I love it. Outside, they linger near the door. It's colder now, and the streets are deserted. Marina pulls her phone out to arrange a ride, hoping that at least one of her friends is still awake.
Hey.
Pearl's hand comes up and touches Marina's arm briefly.
Listen, I had so much fun tonight, and I'd like to hang out again.
Marina feels that small fire in her stomach flare a little, growing without permission. I'd love to, she says. Pearl's face lights up like Marina just told her Christmas was tomorrow.
Great. Can I... Here.
She shoves her phone into Marina's surprised hands, forcing her to juggle two phones for a second, until Pearl wrestles Marina's from her. She doesn't look at it, just holds it. When Marina finally manages to get her hand around Pearl's phone, she finds it open to a new contact listing. She quickly taps in her number, and her name, last name and all, and hands it back. Pearl takes it easily, and holds Marina's out. Nuh-uh, Marina says and pushes it back. Return the favor. Pearl beams again, and Marina wonders if that's normal, or if it's just because today has been so weird and so special. Marina's flaming right now. Yeah, she's catching on fire, bro. Like, I mean, imagine. Can you actually imagine being in Pearl's presence? I mean, honestly, same. You just become a gay disaster, bro. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no other way around it. Yeah, this is a human AU. So Pearl and Marina are humans. Oh man, the context was like not there if you weren't here from the start, so that's hilarious. As she navigates to the contact book and initiates the new contact, Marina watches her fingers, wonders if she knows how to play guitar, if those rings are real silver, if she can spin a drumstick.
There,
Pearl says, and then holds the phone up to snap a quick selfie for the contact photo. That same beam, eyes closed, one hand held up in a peace sign just below her cheek.
mind if I...
Pearl holds her own phone up once Marina's accepted hers back. Marina nods easily and poses for a similar shot, beaming with her eyes closed, both hands up in identical peace signs. Pearl grins softly as she looks at it.
Perfect.
Marina's phone vibrates and she checks it quickly. It's her friend, only 5 minutes away.
So, next weekend then?
Pearl asks.
I'm free Saturday and...
Oh no. That's exactly when Marina crashes right back to Earth. She doesn't live here. She'd completely forgotten. For the past few hours, she'd been so caught up in memories that she'd been living in a world where she still lives in this town. Marina says, flabbergasted herself. I don't live here. I forgot.
Oh, girl, how'd you forget?
Pearl quickly composes herself and seems to decide to take it in stride.
Okay, that's no problem. How far do you live?
3 hours.
Shh, that's nothing. Totally doable on the weekends.
By plane.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, Pearl. Pearl looks crushed. Emotions completely painted across her face, probably from the shock of it. She looks like someone just told her the love of her life is cheating on her. Damn, the comparison's heavy.
No, it's fine.
She doesn't sound fine. In fact, she sounds like she's on the verge of tears.
I should have figured. You thought you transferred away and you were in college.
We can still be friends. Marina rushes out, grabbing Pearl's arm in a tight grip. I visit on most school holidays because my grandparents still live here, and I always come back for Halloween. Pearl stares at the hand on her arm and Marina sees something shift in her face.
Yeah, we can still be friends. We're gonna be the best fucking friends.
Aw. A pair of headlights pins them to the wall and Marina easily recognizes her friend's car. That's my ride, she says, and steps away, letting go of Pearl's arm. She rubs the back of her head. I'll see you around, okay?
When are you flying out?
Tomorrow afternoon. Well, I guess today. Friday. Pearl lets out a small scoff.
Of course. Listen, will you be here for the new year?
No, I'll get here on the 2nd. For a week.
Okay. January 3rd. Meet here. Until then,
Pearl holds up her phone.
I'll text you.
Marina smiles and nods. Got it. Also, Pearl, I really am sorry for punching you. The car's horn honks, impatient, and Marina jumps. She sends Pearl an apologetic smile and turns to climb into the car. As she's pulling the door closed, she hears Pearl call after her.
I'm so glad you punched me.
Bro, it comes at you so fast. It really does. Nothing could have prepared y'all for that. Unless you've read this before. I had to keep going. Yo, Photon, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day or rest of your night. No, she doesn't sound fine. I know that it breaks my heart even reading this like a second, third time. Especially when it's so fresh in your memory, like, oh, when it becomes fresh in your memory, because like I feel like I'm reliving this all over again, getting to read this on stream, but wow, oh my god, this does sound like a romance movie, right? What was the what was it? I'm trying to remember. There's so many, but I'm thinking of like, I'm gonna look it up because I can't remember if I'm getting the name right. Hold on. Eat, Pray, Love. That's the one I'm thinking of. Alright, let's keep going. Because there's one last part. As they drive away, her friend reaches forward and turns the radio down. Was that the Hime Hozuki? Yeah, Marina answers, distracted because she's fiddling with her phone, trying to decide how soon she can text without seeming too desperate. She goes by Pearl now, she adds as an afterthought. Wow, she's different. Better Dad hates it. I need to put more emphasis on that. Better Dad hates it. Marina's phone vibrates, and she doesn't hear the rest. On screen, there's a new message from her newest contact, Pearl Hozuki. It's a simple message, but it still sends Marina's heart into a happy stuttering.
Hey.
The little smiley face. Thus ends part 1 of Holidays Without You. That's the overarching, like, series. If this part left you with more questions and answers, this was intentional. There'll be more stories in this little series, so I hope you'll join me for the adventure, and this is the author's note by ASHemarie. Pearl and Marina are still 3 years apart in age. The way their birthdays shook out put them 2 years apart in school, but they still have 3 years between them. This is a bittersweet feeling for me because I wrote and posted this story so quickly. Didn't really get a chance to sit on it and appreciate it, but I also had so much fun writing with all the little details and laying the groundwork for the future. Hope y'all enjoy it just as much. And man, they had no idea how much this story would like live in my brain rent free. I would like fundamentally like literally change my brain chemistry. So yeah, the next part of this is, I think it's around the Turkey Day holidays. So as you see, it says part 1 of Holidays Not Used. The next one you see, oh my god, the flashbang. The next one you see is called Connections During the Harvest. So that was it for Vampires in the Corn, or Vampire in the Corn. But man, for a first meeting is definitely, like, it's definitely so unexpected. And it shows like how quickly life can change, how quickly things can like turn for the better. And if you have lemons, you should always make lemonade. That's like the moral of the story. If you're willing to work on things, like, you never know. See where things will go. And I feel like Pearl was written so well. I think in the tags here, it said, where is it? No, I guess that was another story. But I thought, I could have sworn in one of Ashe's stories, like, Autistic Marina is like a tag in here. But you sort of get the vibe, right? Like as we were reading through this. God, I love Pearl Marina. Pearlina for life. with how this is playing out, you'd expect Pearl to try to catch Marina at the airport, like in a rom-com movie, right? I think like the first time reading this, I was thinking like, you know, because she asked like when is your flight going? But she wouldn't need to make her stop, I guess. Off the hook is never shook. Will win every fight like a shark bite. I remember that dialogue. The tag though? Wait. The funny thing, yeah, the funny tag in this says, I missed Bones so much. Thank God I get to use ribs again. I'm reborn. Rating for cursing because Pearl is an unstoppable swear monster, a demisexual lesbian Marina. It's funny, I should have read the tags from the start, but I still gave like a warning for those who were like, oh well, you know what? It would be so strange to hear Pearl say fuck, but well, you know, it was a vibe. It was a vibe, it fits. Let's be real. Top 5 characters who have canonically sworn. 5? Is it 5 now? I know there's definitely more. Top 5, Jolfonzo, because of that like t-shirt in Splatoon 2. Probably Harmony. Probably, well, honestly, I don't know. The Squid Sisters probably Fry and then Pearl. Pearl's number 1, definitely. No doubt about that. Pearl's breakdown during her senior year hit close to home. This was so well written. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I'm feeling the feels. That point in, yeah, that point between like leaving your teen years and finally hitting adulthood is just like, it's such a strange mixture of emotions because everyone's telling you these are supposed to be the best years of your life, and all these sudden expectations of becoming an adult is immediately put onto you the moment you graduate. She can't even drink yet? Like, what? Society is so messed up, bro. You are supposed to find yourself and mess around and figure things out slowly. A Pearl taking that huge leap, it's inspirational to say the least. Yeah, I definitely, okay, I will be, yeah, we're dropping these links in chat, and I encourage you to like check out their Tumblr under the same username, because they are more active there. But yeah, if y'all want to read the rest of the series, please do. If y'all want to revisit this on your own time. I think maybe we'll like read some more in the future, but I'm glad we were able to finish like the first part and get to both chapters, because man, I was raring to go. And hey, that moth did end up like not bothering me anymore. We love it. We'll have to see it. Hard to like take them outside, to be honest, because they're hard to like capture. For some reason, it's easier to just like grab a spider and take it out the room. I don't know why. It's probably because they can't fly, and that's for good reason. Can you imagine? Well, maybe never mind. There probably is some kind of cursed evolution that can, and you know what? I'm glad it ain't here. That's all I'll say. People say it's great, but it's actually a pain, and you know what? Yeah. That's okay, but don't feel like one point in your life has to be your prime. You can choose to glow and shine in like any part of your life. So just take it easy, y'all, and just have fun like reinventing yourself as many times as you got to. You don't have to be one way forever. I love how you can interpret that from Pearl's character as well. So that's why it feels like it's so authentic, the way Pearl and Marina are written in this story. That's it for me though. And that's it for the reading. This music has like, oh wait, okay, so I still had the artist name up there and I didn't even realize. That's okay. This music has like been slowly lulling me into this relaxed state of calm. I hope it really like did suit the story as well. That was a great night. I'm really glad to hear it. I know we started like super late, but I got held up with a bunch of other things. And at the end of it all, like, yeah, I'm glad we were still able to make it happen. Thank you to everyone who's been here from the start. And if you had to pop in and leave, or you just could stay for a few minutes, it still means the world. I was really shook when we had the like the head mod and creator of Eel Deal Zine drop by to visit, because I didn't get to check out their stream before I went live. I know they were probably doing art stuff. I did say hi to Red Trinity RPG, who was like streaming a little bit before this, and I think we may end up doing a collab again soon. I know it's been a minute since the last one, but people in his chat were saying, hey, like, you guys don't stream together anymore. I know, it's just, I think, like, he's got his own schedule for the most part, but we'll probably work something out. Yeah, the pandemic came at, like, the worst possible time for people who were just, like, making that transition into college or were leaving college. Yeah. Something we still have to unpack, because people expect us to carry on as if nothing happened. And it's like, pain? Yeah. As long as we have things to keep us grounded, we'll get through it. And we'll look back at this period of time, like, imagine the documentaries about this time. Like, we're living through major world events, but people are gonna ask us, like, wow, what was it really like? Man. But yeah, everyone, have yourself a great rest of your night, and if the day is just getting started for you, take it easy. Hope you have a good one. Remember to stay hydrated and rest when you need to. Thank you for listening to my ramblings and for the like 5% scuff narration. It was fun. It's fun. I still learned a lot once again. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. I don't have a schedule thingy, but I will say this is the next video that I'm working on right here. Right here. So I'll be doing that. Let's see, for the next couple of days, I'll be working on this. Our first side order comic. And then, yeah, whatever I figure out for a stream, I'll let y'all know on Twitter. So I assume, like, I assume that, y'all have probably checked it out already, but if not, there you go. I appreciate y'all so much, and I can't wait to see your reactions to whatever we do next. So, let me put that away. And, okay, let me read a few messages before we sign off. Hope you enjoy your breakfast, Jackie. With family, anything is possible, always. And we'll get through it together, yeah, okay. Alrighty, y'all. That's it for me. Stream is donezo. Take care, y'all. And until next time. Stay fresh, stay off the hook, and I will see y'all later. Thank you for your time.